Oh. Oh, we're live. Hello. Hello. How are we doing? Been a few days. Been a few days. It's been a bit all over the place recently. I do apologize. I also haven't uploaded a video, like, on its own in a short while. Um, we have various things in the works. And eventually I will actually finish something and post it, I promise. How are we doing? Wagwan, the real Mr. Islington. Listen, I'm glad we got some fun memes out of this whole bullshit thing, if nothing else. Give me a sec, give me a sec. We'll get started shortly. We have a bit of drama bullshit to talk about. And then we are going to be talking about gendered brains for the foreseeable future. Because I'm gonna write a thing about it, and it's gonna be very good. And I'm gonna clickbait the fuck out of people that think that you can have a female brain in a male body, which is very, very clearly not true. And then delve into the more kind of nuanced, like actual arguments that people make. And it's gonna be fun. And we've been reading, we've been listening to shit. We're gonna learn a whole bunch. I've already learned a whole bunch. We're gonna learn even more. You can see me if you want. Grease Goblin alert, jump scare alert, jump scare alert. Hello, hello, it's me, the Grease Goblin. Me, the Grease Goblin. Hello. What was the gist of the ruling 1 year on? One side is complaining that they haven't made all spaces single sex, which I don't think is really going to happen. The other side is complaining that they're being excluded from public life, which also is not happening. All that's really happened so far is that certain institutions have taken it on and become single sex. Things like girl guiding. I think FIFA, shortly after the ruling, would not allow trans women into women's football anymore, which should have been the case anyway, to be quite honest. The idea of male people playing football in with the women is kind of preposterous, if you ask me. But yeah, it's just belly aching on both sides. The Supreme Court makes a ruling. It kind of depends what follows on from that. And the government hasn't really done much with it, which, there's probably a bunch of criticism due there. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see. What will really matter is when the government guidance comes out. Is anyone happy with it? Well, the so-called gender critical side are very happy with the ruling itself. They were unhappy with the fact the government hasn't issued any new guidance for businesses and stuff. Because I guess businesses have the excuse of, well, we're used to being trans inclusive or whatever. But then it becomes much more complicated because a lot of the time we're talking about like bathrooms and stuff. Like people's like bathroom usage is super hard to like police, So a lot of what's consequential is to do with that. Hang on just one sec. But then it becomes much more please shut up. Alright, just give me 1 sec and we will. I just had a quick thing. About recent events. We're not going in very deeply into anything. I just have a couple of things I've been thinking about and some kind of update, I guess I have a question as well for a lot of people that get involved in this kind of shit, whether it's streamers or people that watch it or whatever. But we'll get into that shortly. We'll get the donor link in here. Make sure you like the stream. You should like the stream. Consider liking the stream. If you want to take your support further, you can donate via Streamlabs. There's a link at the bottom of chat or at the top of chat. I don't know where it appears for other people. Let's see if we can get 1 super chat for £10 or higher on YouTube. How about that? I don't know what the celebration should be. I put IDK. There you go. Wow. I don't know what I'll do. Just do it anyway. You know what I mean? Don't forget, you can also join the channel on YouTube. You can... What else? What else? It's been 3 days and now I'm completely fucking brain dead. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. You can join the channel, you can gift memberships, you can give a super sticker, which I'll describe to you, or you can just super chat, have your message heard, buy the entirety of the stream. Check the links in my description. I have a Discord, which I probably need to update the link to, so I'll do that now. Yep, that needs updating. Yeah, you can join my Discord if you want to do that. It's mostly people shouting at each other at the moment. It tends to be that way. You can do that. We have Patreon if you want to support me that way instead. Check my music out. I have music. You can check that out. There's a lot of people trying to do like lolcow streams, being like, "Oh my god, look at this person's music," and it's like, okay, you can't do much with it, but sure.
No free speech, correct. 24 hours, bitch. Fuck you.
Thank you so much, Mr.
That was quick.
For the £10. Thank you so much also to Rhiannon for the 10.
No free speech, correct. 24 hours, bitch. Fuck you.
It kicked in. Thank you so much, Rhiannon, as well.
Mary.
I love you too. I love you too. Thank you so much. Thank you. Well, we hit that goal. We'll do one more. I love you all. Thank you so much. Ooh, I've forgotten how to do it in like 2 minutes. There we go. There we go. 24 hours. Yeah, it's Femios. I was winding up Femios in Troff's stream one time. And she gave me 24 hours for crying about Firebat's free speech. It was very funny. I need to use the sound of Firebat saying he loves me. Maybe. that was a funny moment. That was your fault as well, wasn't it? That was you. It's in the intro to my original Firebat video that I posted. So it's still part of history, don't worry. Anyway, so we have a very quick listen. We haven't talked about Firebat in a fucking while. We've talked about kind of the fallout of Firebat drama content, which is a genre I somehow created and realized very quickly was utter shit. And so we had a bit of fun fucking with some people. I'd say that some of it went too far for sure. I'd say that I kind of used Troff a little bit and kind of fucked with him on a level that he didn't quite understand. And I feel a bit bad for it because he's not like the worst person in the world, I guess. And now, because everyone else has realized what I realized ages ago, and that what's fun and what's cool is not going on about Firebat endlessly, but making fun of some of the people that make fun of Firebat. We've kind of got on to a point where now Troff is the target, I guess. So we're not going to spend long on this. Listen, this is going to be as quick as I can make it. I wanted to go through these comments, or these DMs, I think it was, that this Aiko person, who was like very ride or die for Troff, up until the wind started turning. And that's very much the theory I have about this person. I think she's a bit Brianna Wu. I think it's a bit... Well, I sense the wind's turning, so I'm gonna do an about face. Probably what's happened, because I haven't watched a huge amount of the coverage since then. I'm kind of pleased with myself in that I managed to throw a grenade into a room. And now all these fucking people are still going on about what's actually happening. Like ages after the fact. I'm just getting the fuck on with it. I don't care that much. But what I'm guessing happened is there's probably been the odd commentary person who has put like a downer on the whole thing. Oh, this whole Troff thing is lame. And so in response, Aiko is now completely about-faced and realized how ridiculous she has been looking doing this. So we'll just have a quick look at these DMs. This is Aiko's farewell to Troff. We're just going to read through these. I have a quick kind of thing that I wanted to touch on. And then I wanted to have a quick look just at her watching Sunday and Alec Gunter. See if I can get a couple of takes from it. See if I can try and understand something. We'll expand on that shortly. So this is to Troff from Aiko. It's Trouble in Paradise. Trouble in Paradise. So I would just like to say that you, Troff, are a pathetic piece of shit. All I did was try to help you. The audacity of you to try and throw me and Sunday under the bus is disgusting. So what happened was I sent Troff a message about some like untruth he'd been telling, just trying to figure out whether it's me or his audience he's been being dishonest to. And he kind of relayed this onto Aiko, who then got President Sunday involved. Like, it wasn't Troff that actually got him involved, it was her. And then it kind of blew up because people were looking at it being like, oh, people can mention Firebat in chat, it's fine, don't worry. Yeah, what was I saying? It kind of blew up in their faces because it just kind of made him look more, you know, dishonest. And obviously Troff doesn't feel great about that because he asked for help with Aiko and Sunday got involved. And they're telling him what to say and he's following their advice. Now, to me, it's like, well, you know, maybe it wasn't very good advice and you shouldn't be following it necessarily. You're still the one doing the action, you know? But on the same token, it's probably fair enough as the guy who's taken the most shit and the guy who kind of got blown the fuck out, which Troff did very much. Hugely embarrassing turn of events for him. It's probably fair enough that he'd say, well, these people were like helping me behind the scenes. And if it's true, which he, as far as I know, has substantiated, then, you know, rather than trying to cover your own shit, you should just fucking own it, in my opinion. So yeah, you tricked me with your victim act and took advantage of my kindness. Mary was right about you. You were a liar. She's pathetic for knowing that and still wanting to be your friend. I think Aiko has about as much understanding of what was really going on as pretty much anyone, so that's fine. I am of the opinion that this person is deeply stupid. Probably wants to seem more perceptive than she is. Again, my inkling is she kind of gets a lot of shit wrong and then someone else comes in and gives the correct take and then she just jumps on the back of it. I think probably quite a few people sustain careers that way. Someone is more intelligent than them or more reputable than them. They can always just change their mind to whatever that person is saying and reap at least some of the rewards of it. Anyway, you are unironically behaving more like a lolcow than Firebat. This in itself, by the way, is a lolcow trait. Trying to point out other people as lolcows. Comparing other people. It's like the just a robot thing. Maybe Aiko is the just a robot of like commentary. You know, jumps in with the correct take way after the fact that you stole from other people. Constantly comparing everything to this drama or that drama. Oh, you're being like this lolcow right now. You're being like that lolcow right now. Firebat doesn't go try and save face with people who will never give a fuck about them other than trolling them. They don't weep like a fucking baby and beg to be respected. I think Aiko needs to brush up on the Firebat stuff if she thinks that, but sure. There was a lot of there was a lot of crazy shit that came out of that person. You're an adult, man. Take some fucking accountability for your own actions. Everyone is fucking traumatized. What? What does that mean? Everyone is traumatized. Why is anyone traumatized by this? I'll be honest, I've pretty heavily overstated my actual feelings and my actual thoughts on this at the time. It wasn't traumatic. Like, I was on a certain level irritated with him and irritated with this whole thing in general. And I wanted to fucking shove a rocket up this fucking whole community's fucking arse. And I'm glad that this has happened. And I'm glad that everyone's fucking fighting with each other because it's funny to me. Who's traumatized? What are you talking about? Anyway, you manipulated the audience you had for short period of time you had them into feeling protective and supportive of you. And we're kind of, if you're honestly getting manipulated by someone like Troff, I don't know what to tell you. The Troff has traumatized me after that crotch shot from yesterday on his street. Yeah, he wasn't wearing any trousers, was he? Jesus Christ. I don't know. I'm starting to feel a bit bad for what I did to him, to be honest. And he's not the worst guy in the world. I'm much more interested in someone like Aiko eating shit than someone like Troff. Because for some reason, Aiko has some kind of legitimacy. We'll get to that. We'll get to that. But that's not who you turned out to be. I could have thrown you under the bus to Dickers. My understanding is Troff feels like that is what happened. I could have said plenty of things. I could have exposed the new leaked clip that I was sent the day before the debate and just agreed with everyone you were a lying, scamming criminal. This is the other thing, by the way. We only have Trov's word for it that he did any of the shit that he did. And the only real point, I wasn't trying to out him. I wasn't trying to out him as like some fucking criminal. I wasn't trying to out him as a scammer. My issue was he's bleating about me sharing a conversation as illegal. So I'm like, well, you told me you did loads of illegal stuff, man. Why are you suddenly caring now? It was just another thing I could poke at ultimately. So what these idiots have fucking done. I feel like I'm the one that's manipulated them, if anything. They're all fucking taking this shit and running with it. I wasn't really saying any of this. I just realized I could use it to fucking needle at him. I don't actually give much of a shit about his fucking supposed Indonesian mafia shit, or what's true or what's not. Anyway, that would have been so much easier for me than waiting for the opportunity to talk about it in the future and hear out your side. Such a good person. You're such a good person. Oh my god, such a good person. Such a good person. Instead, you spurged the fuck out. Yep, he sure did. Very funny. Very glad that happened. He's not the only one, though, is he? He's not the only one that's been spurging the fuck out. Is drama inherent in YouTubers, or is it a trans thing? YouTubers. Trans people as well, definitely, but mostly YouTubers. Where were we? Instead, he spoke the fuck out and want to suck the toes of the people who would dance on your grave if you died on stream. I know, man. Let's hear more about your relationship with Sunday. That's all I have to say about that. Firebat is a disgusting rapist wife beater, but you were the real fucking lol cow. I mean, hey, that literally stealing my take, if anything. I've been saying that for ages. These people are the real lol cows, honestly. But yeah, that was the goodbye, that was the DMs. This person, to be honest, to me is actually even more ridiculous than Troff. People can give me shit or whatever they want, you know. that I got to know Troff. I like getting to know weird people. I like getting to know fucking freaks. It's fun for me. Often they turn out to be not advantageous people to knock around with, but that's fine. I don't mind. I think she means everyone I her has trauma in life, so he's not allowed to complain. Hey, maybe. But yeah, I don't know. People can judge me for kind of getting to know someone like Firebat, kind of getting to know someone like Troff. It's just interesting to me. I don't have a huge amount of people I talk to, so when someone like that comes along, you know, whatever, I'll give anyone a chance. I don't mind. I think it's far more damning on someone holding this Aiko person in any fucking regard, to be quite honest. I think that's far more damning. I think people need to fucking reassess that shit, to be honest. And like, I think what I want to know, what I would love to know from anyone watching that is more from this kind of commentary fucking space than me, is who the fuck is Aiko? What is she known for? What kind of content has she made that has like cemented her as someone that anyone should give the slightest shit what she thinks anything about? You know what I mean? It's so fucking bizarre. Leaving out that Indonesian mafia portion of your original video was a mistake in hindsight as it caused confusion as to what had actually been revealed. I would go as far as to say the more confusion, the better. It was funny watching people trying to put the pieces together. Yeah, I don't know, man. Where does this person's legitimacy come from? Why do we get someone like that Lucy Hayes person, for example, kind of jumped on demand when Aiko was trying to get people to watch my fucking Katie Neves video, completely misunderstanding the whole point of that video and just latching on to the fact that I said some kind of mean things. I say kind of mean things. I take the piss out of other trans people. And other trans people take the piss out of me. That's fine. How many fucking ugly as shit thumbnails have come out about me recently? How many unflattering titles? It just is what it is. Everyone talks shit about everyone else. Yeah, so like Twitch poll, obviously the Twitch poll thing she was not very successful at, because that was ages ago and she's got like, what, 3.5k subscribers. And the only times I've heard her debate, it's just been embarrassing. Like, this is someone like way overloaded on fucking THC, probably can't remember what she said 10 fucking seconds ago. I had a debate with her myself. There was the odd point where like, we actually got onto real topics and had real conversations. And all it illuminated to me was that she doesn't really know what the fuck she's talking about and hasn't actually thought about anything. So when I talk about, you know, that I have sympathy for women that want their own spaces, it feels like I'm just trying to walk her to a point where it's like, okay, maybe having the stance as I do doesn't in fact make me a terrible person. But then it was all for nothing anyway, because she just comes back and like calls me a fucking TERF on stream a whole bunch. Like, okay, man, sure. And like, I don't know. Whenever I've seen like previous appearances, it's just been the most embarrassing shit. I don't know who is like what debates? What's a debate this person had? What's a debate this person had? You know what I mean? You've got Destiny did the fucking JonTron thing. Vorsh has done whatever the fuck Vorsh has done. I'm sure there are things that people like about him. I can't really relate, to be honest. Like, what is she known for? Who is this person? I'm so fucking baffled. But anyway, oh, hi Frida, I hope you're good. But anyway, so that's the leaks. Deeply embarrassing. Very clearly that this is just very clear, sorry, that this is someone imitating a rat, fleeing a sinking ship. And I think what we're going to see now, at least in some circles, is a lot more sympathy for someone like Troff, who has thoroughly made a fucking twat out of himself. But, you know, there's still something there, you know? There's still something there. I think there's going to be a lot more sympathy for someone like Troff and a lot less for someone like Aiko. Who is Charlie Craggs? I have no idea, I'm sorry. Whether penises or vaginas are more attractive on a Dickers stream recently was debated by her. Okay. Fair enough. I guess I understand better. Okay, fair enough. I wanted to have a quick look at just one or two of her takes. So she watched this President Sunday versus Alec Gunter debate. My working theory is that this person just kind of latches on to people more intelligent than her. And kind of sucks up little amounts of clout that way. So I wonder if we're just going to watch this person, because the thing is, based on what I've seen of her, I imagine her as being closer to like someone like Alec when it comes to talking about trans issues. Very boilerplate, like trans ally kind of person. Doesn't really know what the fuck she's talking about at all, but wants to be a good person. And it makes some sense with Alec, because I think Alec is one of those people. He very much tries to see the best in people. And I think he genuinely cares about people. It would be very difficult to imagine someone working as a fucking nurse who doesn't give the slightest fuck about anyone. And there are certain things about him that I actually quite like, even if I disagree quite heavily with his perspectives. But I'd expect this person to kind of mostly side with someone like Alec. But let's see, we'll just go to kind of a random point. We'll pick up what is being said in the conversation. And just see how she see what she contributes. What is the point in someone like Aiko watching President Sunday and Alec Gunter debate trans issues and some response to a King Critical video? What is the point in this? Let's have a quick look. We're gonna be quick on this. I'm gonna speed it up. I want to get to the trans brain shit because that is far more interesting to me. Anyway, make sure you like the stream. Don't forget you can super chat on YouTube, Streamlabs. I'm sorry for how fucking AIDS this all looks. This is just what streaming looks like, apparently. Fucking hate it. Anyway, like the stream. Let's have a look.
Would want to join in the very respectful isn't the right word, but measured snark. You're snarking in a very measured, reasonable way. Let's see. President Sunday debating neckbeards always makes me grow a neckbeard. You just watch and it just does it. Okay, is it the neck part that grows though? I mean, concentrate for like for the brownies.
Oh, here's the other problem. You skip anywhere and it's like just talking about fucking nothing. Just nothing.
Hello, random person. Everyone's so excited for you to be here for some. Rob, you can see Rob typing on the screen because.
Say anything. Well, we'll speed it up as much as we can. I just want to find like a point or two that I can say, maybe this informs me why this person talks about any of this shit in the first place. Because I tell you what, my fucking debate with this person taught me nothing. This person just should just shut the fuck up about this kind of shit. But she wants to suck off Sunday as much as possible, and he's happy to let her, which is his prerogative, so.
He is in Kick Chat. If you want to also chat in Kick Chat, I actually get paid a small amount of money for chat engagement. So when you're, just putting emotes, writing your thoughts and feelings, that's actually very helpful for me getting to the next level with Kick. So if you feel like it, but wherever you're comfortable being, whatever your favorite, we're also on Twitch and YouTube. Hey Trashfire, please make sure that you are liking the stream on YouTube, or you're a King Critical fan and a Turkey Tom fan. We have 13 people who are King Critical and or Turkey Tom fans. And we don't even know what was in the rest of that video. Could be anything. Actual Jake thought that Sunday was Muslim? When did this? Did I miss this? Huh?
Was making an argument about the essential nature of gender itself.
When they had their debates eons ago. I don't remember that. I do know that was like a very unhelpful debate, wasn't it? Completely sure that we're doing this right now. Just want to join in. What was the you debating why he should care? I don't care.
Critical this person. You're making this video.
I'm like, well, yes, sometimes. If you have a problem, I don't care.
But you're making this video, or this segment of this video, critiquing King Critical. King Critical isn't arguing that it would be,
okay.
What gender this person probably identifies as, and you'll be right most of the time. Sure, but you're making this video, or this segment of this video, critiquing King Critical. King Critical isn't arguing that it would be more or less polite or more or less appropriate. King Critical is making an argument about the essential nature of gender itself. Right?
I remember that King Critical. I don't know which video he was watching, but when I was watching, Shud watched the ContraPoints.
I'll have a look, Alex. Thank you.
AGP King Critical video, which is like, if someone has a video and they are unironically like AGP. So-and-so is AGP, and they were like serious about, like, they mean it. And it's not like an inside meme between, within a community. If it's not like a, you know what I mean? Even then, not like Mary. But like, if it's like community, if it's not like a, you know what I mean? Even then, not like Mary.
What does this person think my AGP take even is? I would love to know.
But like, if it's like, if someone has that in their video on the title or thumbnail of a trans person, you can just dismiss it right out the gate. You're like, okay, I know what you're.
That's extremely retarded, but okay. That's extremely retarded. I beg the question once more. Why are people sticking up for this person? What are we doing? What are we doing here?
Your deal is, it was really bad timing. He brought up Anna before there was actual evidence that Destiny was horrible to her. Turned out Jake was right, but he couldn't prove anything at the time. Yeah, useless. What a useless person actual Jake is. King Critical is a Neo-Platonist or Aristotelian. Tell me what you mean by that. He can't do flat ontology. He can't do it. What was I saying? Okay, yeah, so King Critical was saying, like, I remember him saying that that most trans people, and obviously he's talking about trans women, when people are talking about trans people in a bad way, it's like, when it's someone like that, when they're trying to fearmonger about trans people, they are talking about trans women generally. And in this situation, King Critical was saying how, like, most of them are doing it for AGP fetish reasons, and then there are some who genuinely are trans, but also for nefarious reasons.
I need to see the clip. I don't remember King Critical saying this, but whatever.
Basically, it means he believes in essential forms which the universe is comprised of. That's very stupid. Sounds like a cope. I feel like when people adopt, like, structures like that, like now, like singular type.
Sunday thinks that AGP is a transphobic myth. Yep, that's a retarded position. If AGP is a transphobic myth, why do some trans women take it on? Why do some trans women look at that and say, I actually kind of resonate with that? You know what? I think I have certain, like, AGP tendencies myself. I try and use it in a way, like, it doesn't always come across that way. And I do meme on this kind of shit. But in general, it's like, it doesn't have to be a bad thing. Like, being AGP doesn't have to be a bad thing. Yeah, he didn't know what fucking straight male cross-dressers were. Oh, that's just queer. No, they're not queer. They're straight guys that try on their fucking wife's underwear when they're out for the evening. That have this, like, alter ego. Like, all that, like, Emma Louise and people like that. Which isn't, again, not necessarily a bad thing. We watched a bunch of stuff. Aristotelian is a mystery word to her. Yeah. Yeah. I watched all that, like, crossy stuff. I watched, like, Emma Louise and all those people having, like, nights out and stuff. And you know what? They all look fucking bizarre. and there's kind of a funny aspect to it, but like they're not hurting anyone, they're going out and having fun. But it's very much like a straight guy's interpretation of what a woman is, that wants to embody a woman and play a character and go out and have fun. That's a thing that exists. Like, this dude didn't even know what the fuck that was. It's bizarre.
Thought processes, it's like they grabbed a blueprint for their cope. But yeah, so but he was saying there's no good reason to be trans at all. Even if you are not doing it for fetish reasons, you're doing it for bad reasons. Something like that. And
I don't trust this either. Maybe I'll listen. I would like to get into some kind of disagreements with King Critical. It's just kind of nailing them down. Because, like, I don't know, he was in my chat the other day, and I was trying to ask him a couple of things, but I definitely wasn't wording them very well. And we just it's the same as me and Sunday. We come at it from extremely different angles. Where he's more philosophical, it's more about reading, and it's more about logic and shit like that. To me, it's all about experience. To me, it's all about, well, I am this thing. And I know how it is, you know? So it is quite difficult to kind of find the bridge between those two things sometimes.
chat logic called ContraPoints, a wolf in sheep's clothing.
I don't think I do.
I keep wanting. I'm like, okay, I want to get Alex's point. But yeah, so King Critical, he's not talking about like how people identify. He's talking on the level that gender and sex are the same. There is no male, man.
Does King Critical think that gender and sex are the same? Again, I'm not aware of that. His main thing is taking down like trans self-identity, which, to be honest, my big criticism for him there is he's taking a popular but like extremely retarded conception of what trans is and how trans should be conceived by other people. And he's kind of running that into the ground where it's like, well, yeah, I agree with you, but this is like the easiest way you could possibly do it. You know what I mean? You know, you find the most retarded person you can find and shit them up, like fucking have a debate with them where you completely fucking own them. Fundamentally, you have like stomped a retard in a debate. I do feel a bit like that about some of King Critical's content because he's going after the dumbest version of it. Is that video stuttering? Is it her? She keeps skipping back. My understanding is it takes her like hours and hours to watch like 10 minutes of video.
Female woman, it is just.
Who would I rather date? President Sunday or King Critical or Alec Gunter? Jeez. I might have to say Alec Gunter. I'm not pandering to you. I'm not pandering to you. I might have to say Alec Gunter. I feel like he'd be the most fun to hang around with.
Like Mr. Girl. I feel like a lot of people who have essentialist views are probably evangelicals who haven't deconstructed. That is also true. I agree with that. There's no mailman. I don't know what you're talking about. Did I just say something that had to do with that? I'm pretty stoned now, so this is going to be one of those things where I forget.
Yeah, trans identity is a claim about reality. And I agree with him on his points about that. But like, trans identity, self-ID, that stuff is like the worst version of trans. That stuff is literally the attack helicopter shit. So I think he's right in general with that stuff, but I think he's taking on, like, his whole thing until very, very recently has just been talking about trans all the time. And a lot of the time it's focusing on the worst version of it, you know?
What I just said after. I said no mailman? Oh, yes. No male and man, female and woman. Listen, I can't visualize the shape of my words right now. Oh, I've seen.
Yeah, this isn't the same as thinking sex and gender are the same, by the way. King Critical is a gender critical. He's a gender abolitionist. He believes in gender. He sees it as a... How do I put this? Fuck. He sees it as a way in which women end up oppressed. Like a vehicle for the oppression of women. So he wants it reduced on that basis. You know what I mean?
Dr. Jordan Breeder's God's Not Dead review series. And apparently he created like the music for the first one or two. It's okay. It's okay. We're meandering. We're having a nice meander, a pleasant one.
At least she's self-aware. Fucking hell.
Just go with it.
Help you into it.
But yes, I agree. Essentialist views. Because you have to. It's fucking terrifying. I don't know what. Does anyone know if King Critical is religious? Because when you go from having like a completely outlined, set in stone worldview presented to you, forced upon you, and then suddenly you have to decide. It's easier to just jump to something else than to live with the discomfort of existential terror. But yeah. Believing in forms in the modern day is akin to religious belief, in my opinion. Yes, I think when you start putting everything, squeezing everything into your framework instead of like seeing if your framework can encompass the things that are, is Pope.
Word comes up again. What gender this person probably identifies as, and you'll be right most of the time. Sure, but you're making this video, or this segment of this video, critiquing King Critical. King Critical isn't arguing that it would be more or less polite or more or less appropriate.
I was a religious youngster. There are issues and internalized stigma and guilt I still deal with. Yes. Yes. And they're,
Okay, because this chatter is religious, now we can just make up who King Critical is based on this. Is this person next Twitch poll? Isn't the whole point you fucking talk to people and debate them and understand their shit this way?
No, but it's, I feel like you reach, like I guess out of, trying to think of how.
I can't do that. When do they start talking again? When do they start talking again? I just want a response to an actual point. Something that one of them says that she has some kind of input on. Instead of just chat. It's very easy to read a bunch of chat things and just agree with every single fucking thing they say. That's like the easiest shit in the world. I could just sit and read my fucking chat and be like, yeah, that's right, yeah. I never actually really pitch in anything. It's boring.
Critical is making an argument about the essential nature of King Critical.
Hey,
King Critical isn't arguing that it would be.
He had a bad lawyer. He didn't do it according to many.
Still, oh my god. Still on this. This isn't working, man. This isn't working.
But you know what? According to many.
Evangelicalism doesn't exist like that in the UK and Europe. Yeah, I'd agree with that. Yeah, I don't understand King Critical to be an evangelical. He's like a Christian, but it's all like logic lord shit. Why would you frame it as he's an evangelical Christian? Like, why not actually watch his? Oh shit! Wait, she doesn't watch people's content. She watched like one of my videos and decided what kind of person I am. Why does this person have any legitimacy? Why? On what basis? What do they do?
Woody Allen is innocent too. You know, Jeffrey Epstein was framed, potentially. Lots of, I mean, what does it take?
I'm clipping that.
To get someone fucking convicted. Convicted of rape? And you're famous, right? Was he famous? I've never seen, I don't know about the Kobe one. I don't think I've looked into that. How often is someone wrongfully convicted of rape and go to, like, prison or something? My aunt believes O.J. Simpson was framed. Well, I mean, ultimately, like, but I feel like, do things.
You'll be right most of the time.
That's also possible.
It would be more or less polite or more or less appropriate. King Critical.
Okay.
And you'll be right most of the time. Sure. But you're making this video, or this segment of this video, critiquing King Critical. King Critical.
We spent the whole time. How long have we been on this? Jesus fucking.
Isn't arguing that it would be more or less polite or more or less appropriate. King Critical is making an argument about the essential nature of gender itself, right? So I don't think.
Never took a controversial stand. To me, that would indicate a lack of legitimacy. If I've been around someone a long time, and then never saying anything controversial, never putting their neck out, that isn't someone I can respect. I'm sorry. Like, you're on the fucking internet. That's the place to fucking put your neck out. That's the place to have some hot takes, you know?
I do not recall in that context that you were talking about how it was appropriate to act in public with respect to identifying people's genders. I recall you talking about the essential nature of gender itself, like what makes it so, what makes a gender identity valid versus wrong. And it seems like there are like criteria to make a gender identity valid. Like, for example, if you're misinformed about the meaning of the terms that you're using to self-describe, right? Or maybe you're closeted, or you don't even know that, you know, trans identities are a thing, as a lot of people growing up. If you're misinformed about,
I'd really recommend reading the police report on the Kobe case. While it may not change your mind one way or another, it will enlighten whatever opinion you hold. That's fair. If it ever comes up, in a way that I would want to cover it, I'll keep that in mind.
Or maybe you're closeted, or
okay.
Like what makes it so? What makes a gender identity valid with respect to identifying people's genders? I recall you talking about the essential nature of gender itself, like what makes it so? What makes a gender identity valid versus wrong? And it seems like there are like criteria to make a gender identity valid. Like, for example, if you're misinformed about the meaning of the terms that you're using to self-describe, right? Or maybe you're closeted, or you don't even know that, you know, trans identities are a thing, as a lot of people growing up. If you're misinformed about the way that it's described.
Hey, Vlad.
No, if you're misinformed about the meaning of the term, right? So like maybe maybe you're not aware of the possibility of being non-binary, and so you default to I am a trans woman. Why? Because I am not a cis.
Rely on chat. Yeah, I'm getting that. I reckon she's probably relying on Sunday here, because she knows who the good guy and the bad guy are. I wonder if she kind of, like, honestly, I wonder about this. I wonder about a lot of people that I see that stream, and maybe that's why there's almost no one that I can fucking watch. And maybe I need to expand this to more people. I'm not sure, but like, do people just make kind of snap judgments about the people they're looking at as fast as they can and pick a good guy and pick a bad guy and then just spend all the time conclusion first looking for evidence that fits it. Because that's a really fucking terrible, like, content model, I think. But yeah, I very much imagine it's all, this is why Sunday's good, this is why Alec's wrong. But does she even understand what the fuck's being talked about here?
Cis man, because you think in your head, if you're not a cis man, you must be a trans woman, but there are other...
I can see. Okay, I'm locked in. Everybody lock in. Lock in, guys. Also, we are one numby away from numby time. FY.
No one cares. No one cares.
Maybe you're not aware of the possibility of being non-binary.
Is this person's audience like 13-year-olds? Numby time. Numby time.
So you default to I am a trans woman. Why? Because I am not a cis man. Because you think in your head, if you're not a cis man, you must be a trans woman, but there are other options, of course.
There are other options, but you don't know them, so you can't possibly identify as that yet. So in that moment, you are what you say you are.
Ooh, but that's that's a little...
Saying you are what you say you are. Okay. I think that it's like, what's the purpose of this? What's the purpose of this conversation versus like that Gunter is having versus what King Critical is having? King Critical, in his conversation, when he's talking about these things and gender and identities, he's not talking about like the nuances of someone's inner experience. He's talking about like the objective fact of reality.
That is much in the debate. She assumes what Sunday is correct and good and thinks about it later if challenged. That would make a lot of sense. That would make a lot of sense. I'd have to see it for myself, obviously. But the thing is, I don't feel bad about just believing shit people say about this person because it's exactly the same shit they do to me, so.
I'm a fuck you.
And exactly the same shit they wanted people like Sunday and that Lucy person to fucking do.
Till you love me, the actual thing Mike Tyson said, that's fucking I'm a fuck you till you love me, the actual thing Mike Tyson said, that's fucking crazy. Hollywood loves giving horrible men redemption arcs. Yep. So it's like a different conversation. Okay, so I'm vaguely recalling / like I didn't really watch it, but I think I don't know how much I
Why wouldn't, oh my god. Why wouldn't you watch it? Why wouldn't you watch it? Unless you just ride in this guy's coattails. That just informs my opinion. That you just ride this guy's fucking coattails. Yeah, if you want to link it to me, I don't know if I'll cover it here because I don't want to spend forever on this. I do need to cut off of this as soon as I can because it's fucking mind-numbing. But yeah, I don't know, that informs my perspective, that this person just latches on to people that people tend to respect and people tend to think are right about stuff. And Sunday is right about some stuff. I'd say he's probably a bit ignorant or misinformed on some other stuff. It did kind of blow my mind that he was confused when I talked about, like, straight male cross-dressers and that kind of pathway towards transition. But it's like, you can't just watch someone else and agree with everything they say. Like, if this person has gotten away with it for this long, then that is like shameful. And people need to start thinking about why it is that they're giving this person legitimacy if that's what they're doing.
But I think it seems like Gunter is talking about like you are whatever your gender is, whatever you identify as.
Alec Gunter believes in self-ID. King Critical does not. Sunday is maybe taking an intermediate position by saying, well, you can't really just say you are A and you are A because there are reasons why you might be wrong, for example. That took like 10 seconds.
I think, but in the context of...
I think?
criticizing King Critical, who is he's in a different area. You're not in the same room right now.
It's tricky though, Alec, because when I was younger, I didn't identify as gay. Right? Was I straight? I identified as straight, Alec.
Okay.
Okay, so there's a problem. Like you can be mistaken about whether or not a term you use to describe yourself.
There's a kitty.
You can be confused about.
Okay, I'm gonna let Sunday explain what's happened. What the point of this. The purpose of this convo is for Sunday to use tomfoolery's gender doc as a source. He memorized every word of it and now has wanted a purpose to use it. I agree with that. I believe everyone on this planet is gay. Julia Fox. You know what? I won't ever say so because I would never presume to know what someone's sexuality encompasses. But perhaps I can imagine a world in which there's a person you might, but then that, erases any ace people, like uber ace. But if you are straight, I feel like it would be a condition and that would be fine. And like me, okay, you think about it in this context. I've talked about this before. I didn't think of myself as bi. I just recently kind of was like, oh wait, I guess that's what it is. Even though I had a huge crush on my my first high school boyfriend's ex-girlfriend, even though I have been consistently interested in women over my life. I just haven't, even though I've been with it just, I don't know why. I guess I was like, I guess I'm just flexible. I don't know. It just didn't really occur to me, but it's the label comes after. You know what I mean? I guess there's what you are thinking about what you are, and what it looks like to people. Internalized by erasure. Yeah. But because I remember when I was around that age, I was thinking in high school, I was thinking, I'm like, I'm glad I'm not gay, because it would be that's one less thing I'd have to deal with church people. I didn't want to have to find out how my parents would feel about it. I have no idea. My brothers are straight, and I've never actually been in a relationship with a woman, because I've just never the ones that I liked didn't, it didn't never really work out. Gender identity versus gender expression versus gender perception. True. I don't know what anything is or what it's called, so I like when people tell me what that.
Okay, no, I'm fucking done, man. I'm fucking done. Gender identity, gender expression, gender perception. Well, I don't really know what any of that means, so don't talk about fucking trans shit. So stop watching this shit. I don't care. I don't care if I'm missing pretty much anything, because this fucking loser watched like one of my videos and came to all kinds of crazy conclusions about me, and is still trying to find ways to shit on me, when it's obvious she made an utter fucking twat out of herself, fucking attaching herself to like Trough. I 100% think that this person is just copying other people's takes. I reckon the about face with like Trough and shit like that happened because someone else, I know, for like Queeman or some fucking shit, said some stuff that kind of made her reassess everything. No, actually, I agree with this guy now. I think this person is a complete fucking hack, to be quite honest. How old is this person? 40 years old. Apparently Firebat completely owned her, so we will watch that and then I will move on. I can't fucking listen to this anymore. I need it explaining to me. I don't fucking care. Someone who like streams, who's been around for longer than me, been in this kind of space, because I'm, I watch stuff like this, but I'm more of a tourist. I care about trans stuff. And there's occasional crossover. And I watch people like Chud or like fucking Parry or whatever. It's not the stuff that I usually engage in. So I'm not really from this kind of space or whatever. So someone that's been around for a while, just explain to me, who the fuck is this person? Why does anyone give a fuck what they think? Why is anyone giving this person a shred of fucking legitimacy? It's embarrassing. I don't know. There's nothing else to say. There's nothing else to say. I need it explained to me. Maybe one of these fucking people can call in and fucking tell me where I'm going wrong with this shit, because I don't fucking know anymore. What was the Firebat thing? Apparently she got completely blown out of the water by a possible rape. I can't open this. Alright, hang on. Does this work as audio only? We could just do this audio only. Hang on.
Say he was a pedophile. I never said that he did originally.
Yes, you did. You literally said multiple times that that Perry said that he was a pedo. Literally said that multiple times in this very video. Are you fucking retarded? Is this person suffer from dementia? Like, this Akio person just suffer from dementia? That she just says shit and then just forgets what she said and then tries
Firebat W.
to freaking cope?
It's not dementia though, it's chronic THC addiction.
She literally accused him of saying that Trough was a rapist.
Do you know what Aiko's problem here is? She hasn't got anyone that she can just copy the takes of, because this is all kind of new ground. So no wonder she stopped debating. No wonder she got out of the Twitch poll thing. And now just talks about nonsense. And occasionally scolds Chud Logic as a transphobe. That's another thing I would like to know, by the way. Which trans people are telling people like Aiko to scold fucking Chud Logic on being a transphobe? Like, you're the dumbest fucking... If someone has, you're the dumbest fucking person in the world for actually going along with that. And if they haven't, why are you bothering? What's the point? What are you achieving? Anyway, what's the rest of this?
Him saying it. Yet he just said allegation. Like, I don't like Purple Perry, but he has his moments.
There you go. Complete annihilation by Firebat, who is quite possibly a rapist. I don't know. I'm not getting involved in that shit. There we go. Wow, what a actual fucking embarrassment. Someone sent me a message who is from this fucking space. Someone tell me what the fuck this person's deal is. and why it is that anyone's taking them seriously and sticking up for them when all they're doing is making a twat out of themselves, getting the correct take from someone else, and then just latching onto it. I was right the whole time, and there's reasons as to why I was getting it wrong before. You're a fucking hack. You're a loser. I hope I never have to talk about this fucking person ever again. Let's talk about trans brains and stuff. Won't that be much more fun? I think so. Make sure you like the stream. Don't forget you can super chat on YouTube or Streamlabs in the link at the bottom or top of chat. You can join the channel. You can gift memberships to other people to join the channel. You can check the links in my description. I have Patreon. I have Discord. You can argue with people. There's been a lot of arguing lately. It's been very fun. I have music. You can check out my music. There we go. I did it. Give me a sec. Let me drink some water. So yeah, basically the conceit of all of this is that more and more I hear about how trans people have different brains in some way, and that in some way informs whether someone is trans. I hear people suggesting that gender identity has some kind of like neurobiological component, which in my opinion has just never been proven in any way. I don't know how you'd prove it, not least because gender identity is a completely nebulous and self-ascribed concept, which doesn't really mean a huge amount of anything, and is very subject to change and has to be in some way like partly externally affected, because it evolves along with your experiences. It evolves along with you understanding more about the world and understanding more about yourself and how you're perceived and how you're treated. So the idea we have some kind of internal innate thing that's like, oh, my gender identity is actually this, or my sex is this, just makes no sense to me. I don't think it's real. And the brain stuff, I really thought no one took seriously, especially because it's like transmed shit. And to be transmed is apparently worse than Hitler to some people. And I'm not a transmed for lots of reasons. But like, it seems to have come back. Like my inkling is on this. We've realized that there are basically fuck all good arguments. And so we're circling back to things like this because there are certain studies where you can see certain differences, even though there's a lot of problems. And people are often not focusing on the kind of methodological problems there. And the other thing for me, ultimately, before we read this article, and I'll probably watch a couple of videos, and we're going to be spending a bit of time on this because I'm going to write something. I'm going to come back to posting videos with something actually decent, hopefully. I don't think trans needs legitimizing. I don't think it needs to have a thing where we can point to it and say, that's why people are trans. Lots of people don't want that to exist because it would, it would entail gatekeeping. If you're to actually have the best chance of like treating people and them not detransition, not regret shit, not end up with worse mental health issues because it wasn't right for them, then this is the kind of thing you might use. Well, there's differences in the brain, so let's brain scan people. Someone comes along saying, I'm trans. So you brain scan them, but then they just have a very stereotypical, like, male-looking brain, in as much as male and female brains exist, which we're going to get to. No one wants that, because that would mean you'd say no to that person, potentially. And if you don't say no to that person, then this whole thing has, like, zero practical application. So I don't know. I've got a real bee in my bonnet about shit like this, I guess. I don't think trans needs legitimizing. People make choices and do things with their lives. And that doesn't generally mean that they don't deserve respect, as long as the choice they're making isn't, like fucking kids or something, murdering people, which trans is nowhere near on the level of. So that's kind of how I feel, I guess, going into it. We're going to read this article, which is about sex, gender, brains, and behavior. I'm not entirely sure what this title is all about. A guide for academics, journalists, parents, gender diversity advocates, social justice warriors, tweeters, Facebookers, and everyone else. But my understanding is like these are people that are decently well known in like neurobiology or whatever. This Gina Rippon person I've been reading a book by, and it's quite interesting because like the sex brain stuff has a lot of like very sexist like application throughout history, and probably still does to this day. And the thing is, I think I can cross off the idea that someone has a female brain and a male body very easily. I can clickbait that. That can be a decent starting point. And then after that, I can get into the actual studies that show the differences and kind of discuss how I feel about that. You know, present. You've got the extreme version of the argument, which is I'm trans. I have a female brain and a male body. I can get rid of that pretty quickly. And then the more nuanced argument is about, well, there's a certain amount of like neurobiological like influence on being trans, and it's like, well, is there? So that's kind of the structure I'm going for, in the hope that we're not just taking the worst version of the argument and destroying that and calling it a day, you know. But anyway, so biological explanations of differences in behavior between men and women and girls and boys are everywhere. From scientific articles to best-selling self-help books to parenting guides to diversity and inclusion workshops in Hollywood movies, Often the basic structure of such explanations is along the following lines. A study reports a difference between males and females in some neural measure, such as the size of a specific brain structure. Very, very relevant, by the way, to what we're talking about. The difference is often described as if it was binary. Females are like this and males are like that. And a natural and inevitable consequence of being female or male, assumed implicitly or otherwise to be inscribed in our genes. Then the biological difference. Sorry, how's it looking? Oh, okay. Let me just fix basic structure. There it is. Okay. Then the biological difference is suggested to underlie a behavioral or psychological difference between females and males. This pattern of description and explanation can give rise to an aha feeling. Now we finally understand why women and men are the way they are. But researching, understanding, and interpreting sex differences in brain and behavior is surprisingly complicated, and particularly so when humans are involved. To help everyone pass the hot new biological explanation of female-male behavior differences, here are 8 things to know, look out for, and ask from the nitty-gritty of whether there even is a difference to the grand sweep of evolutionary explanations. When it comes to this area of research, critiques are sometimes dismissed as political correctness and as interference with the scientific process. However, the point of critical inquiry is not to deny the differences between the sexes, but to ensure a full understanding of the findings and meaning of any particular research report. Yeah, quite a lot of this is like a feminist bent from what I've seen. There was a really interesting paper by someone called Lise Elliott et al. And my understanding is that Lise Elliott person takes quite a feminist kind of bent to things, where a lot of it is about, well, brains aren't really sexually dimorphic. And that does, you know, it is in some way quite fundamentally unfeminist to push the idea of male and female brains too much. But the long and short of it is, well, a person can't have the wrong brain for their body, and that can't really work as anything more than metaphor, which is what I, understood it to be. Anyway. So sex and gender, blah, blah, blah. We don't need that. The first thing to know, false positives and false impressions. When a scientist reports a sex-gender difference in the brain or behavior, how confident should we be that what scientists refer to as a significant difference is a real difference, rather than a chance finding or a false positive? As many readers will know, the behavioral science community has recently been preoccupied with the replication crisis. That is, the difficulty to repeat or replicate some reports of significant differences between different groups, or between different experimental conditions. Intuitively, most people understand that when the difference between 2 groups is large and robust, say the average difference between Brits and Germans in the ability to speak German, we would be confident that a repeat of that experiment would yield the same pattern of results, even if the initial sample was small, say just 30 people. But what if the significant difference were reported were in the ability to, say, fold a shirt neatly? How confident would you be that the next 15 Brits and 15 Germans would show the same pattern? Yeah, sample sizes, shit like that. All else being equal, the finding of a statistically significant result is more likely to be a false positive in smaller studies. Larger samples will more closely approximate the population from which the sample is drawn, so any finding of difference is more likely to be a true positive. In fact, this was part of the reason behavioral scientists started to worry about the reliability of scientific findings. They determined it was not possible for so many small studies to be reliably detecting small differences, as small samples are less likely to detect small differences. Another factor that can contribute to false positives is researcher degrees of freedom in data collection and analysis. To return to our cross-cultural shirt folding example, there are a number of ways that researchers could define and measure neatness of shirt folding, the sharpness of the creases, the symmetry of folds, flatness of the shirt, and so on. The science community has recently started to pay attention to so-called questionable research practices, like using all 3 measures of neatness of shirt folding in the data collection phase, but only reporting the one that produces the significant results. I mean, we see this, I've seen this in a bunch of the trans brains things, but normally they do kind of say, well, we found this that wasn't significant, or we found this that was. But it is worth bearing in mind. These researcher degrees of freedom can give rise to another problem, which we may term false replication. Imagine 3 cross-cultural laundry practice labs which all subtly believe in the cultural stereotypes of Germans as relentlessly precise in their handling of laundry. Research Group A finds that Germans fold more symmetrically, but observe no differences in crease sharpness or shirt flatness. Research Group B finds only a difference in crease sharpness. Research Group C gets the anticipated difference only for shirt flatness. Each group concludes from their data that Germans are neater folders than Brits, creating the impression of a robust finding. Only by taking a closer look can we see that 9 comparisons of shirt folding, 6 showed no differences between Germans and Brits, and none of the 3 differences found was replicated by the other 2 studies. The problem of false positives is also exacerbated by publication bias, in which journals prefer to publish positive or significant findings. Since even scientists and scientific journal editors can implicitly perceive a finding of no difference as no finding, or at least not an interesting one, null results often disappear. Publication bias creates an iceberg-like literature. What you see above the water are the published studies that report significant differences. What you do not see are the many, many more studies that fail to find differences. Basically about the statistical power. Yeah. It's very relevant to trans studies because most of those are like tiny sample sizes. Publication bias means a research canon becomes populated with many more positive findings than would be expected, and gives the impression that these are robust and reliable. So it's all reasons as to why you can read studies and you can see things that they find. There's always kind of a grain of salt to take with it. And most of all, it's important to be careful what conclusions you draw from a lot of this stuff. Whilst these are now recognized as serious issues for all areas of behavioral research, these problems have long been on the radar in sex-gender differences research, where they're often particularly acute. This is because it is easy and intuitive for researchers to check for male and female differences in data, even when such differences are not a core part of their research. Findings of differences may well then be reported and emphasized, possibly get lavish attention in the press, whilst findings of no differences may be tucked away in results sections if they are reported at all. As scientific databases do not provide a way to search for similarities, only differences, it is very easy for studies that do not find significant differences between the sexes to escape the attention of researchers, as well as those involved in communicating research findings. I think I get this. It's a bit like newspapers, isn't it? You know, a scientific fucking experiment doesn't find anything of note. That might be significant for its own reasons, but it's harder to make that into a story, I guess. Sex-gender researchers have also long paid close attention to the issue of researcher degrees of freedom in defining and measuring their variables of interest. Some striking examples come from the analysis of hundreds of studies from 1967 to 2008 that explored the hypothesis that female-male differences in prenatal testosterone hardwire gender identity, sexuality, sex type interest. So we see often, this is quite interesting, because we see often the idea that maybe trans people had like the wrong hormone or a different amount of whatever hormone kind of washed them in the womb or something, which I've never seen any like particularly strong evidence for. Those studies in that field have typically been seen as supporting the hardwired hardwiring a hypothesis. That assessment fails to consider how scientists' definitions of masculine and feminine sexuality changed over time, particularly following the sexual revolution of the 60s, as behaviors and desires once considered exclusive features of masculine sexuality became considered common sense factors of human sexuality. Similarly, what was considered a girl toy in one investigation of links with prenatal hormones might be a gender-neutral toy in another. 6-7, yes, thank you. I'm glad someone said it. I didn't want to say it, I'm glad someone said it. Just as the above shirt-folding example, what from a distance seems like a large, consistent body of evidence on closer inspection is woven through with inconsistencies and contradictions. The new neuroimaging technologies are particularly prone to fall prey to false positives. Neuroimaging is expensive, which makes large sample sizes financially unviable for some labs. But this is improving with data sharing initiatives. Yeah, this is where like meta studies are really important. There are many possible ways to analyze the data. One recent analysis of functional neuroimaging studies of sex-gender differences found that, in contrast to what was expected according to statistical theory, the studies with large samples were no more likely to identify sex-gender differences in brain function than the many studies with small samples. The authors concluded this was a red flag for publication bias in this literature. To return to our original question, when a scientist reports a sex-gender difference in brain or behavior, how confident should we be that the difference is real and not a false positive? There is often no simple answer, but there are some useful questions to ask. Has this finding been replicated elsewhere with a different sample? What was the sample size of the study? How many comparisons were made? How many of the comparisons do you know about were significant, and how many were non-significant? Do the researchers discuss the similarities and the differences, or just emphasize the differences? How does the current finding fit into existing results? How consistent is the finding with other similar studies, remembering the devil is in the detail of how variables are defined and measured? Do these really need explaining? Apparently so. I think more people should read shit like this, because I think a lot of people find a study that conforms with what they think already and just kind of take it to the bank. I think there's a lot of people that don't really understand a lot of this shit, to be honest. So yeah, size matters. So two distributions are identical invariant, differ only in the distance between their means. For each pair, the effect size, percent of overlap, number of participants required per group to have an 80% chance of rejecting a false null hypothesis are provided. There you go, wow. So you're reasonably confident the reported sex-gender difference is a true difference and not a false positive. The next question to consider is the size of that difference. Is it like the size of the average difference between Brits and Germans in ability to speak German? Or is it like the size of difference in ability to neatly fold a shirt? There are statistics that give this type of information. The effect size tells you whether the two groups are completely distinct, completely overlapping, or somewhere in between. One way to present the effect size is the difference in the average scores of the two groups divided by the spread of the scores. The smaller the effect size, the greater the overlap between groups. Sex-gender differences in height are often used to illustrate the fact that even with an effect size that is considered very large in psychology, there is still some overlap between the two populations. Or to put it another way, not all men are taller than all women. They think because it's peer-reviewed, it's good enough. Well, yeah. It's another thing where it's like, well, let's just find things that we can use as evidence. So you've got some study that says that gender-affirming care helps all trans people and should always be given as soon as someone reports that they're trans. And it's peer-reviewed. People say, okay, well, it's peer-reviewed. That counts for something. But like, what does it count for? You know, it just forms like more evidence. It's just, well, it's got like a check mark on it somewhere. There's a check mark for this specific like parameter. But often people don't really understand what it means in any one context, especially when like all kinds of shit can get peer-reviewed. Like, wasn't it Peter Boghossian that got bits of like Mein Kampf? He rewrote them and got that peer-reviewed. So it doesn't mean much by itself. It's just shit that people can cite. Well, this must be legit. Well, is it legit? Or have you decided it's right because it conforms to your worldview? And now you're seeing that it's peer-reviewed, that becomes evidence that you must be right, you know? Very dodgy. Where were we? Note that a statistically significant difference does not tell you about the size of the hypothesized difference. Moreover, as noted earlier, the chance of identifying a true difference as statistically significant increases with sample size. This means that with very large samples, which are fortunately becoming more common, it is possible to detect very small differences. This is important because statistically significant does not necessarily mean practically significant in the real world or theoretically important. What to know? In most measures of brain and behavior, the differences between human males and females are much smaller than the differences in height. For example, the 10 largest structural sex-gender differences in the brains are measured with magnetic resonance imaging, ranging in size from Cohen's d 0.4 to around 1. That's an overlap of about 60 to 84%. So yeah, there's always, it always kind of sounds like there's more in common between brains than there are differences. The situation is similar when it comes to human behavior. Synthesis of meta-analyses of studies of sex-gender differences in cognition, communication, social, personality traits, and psychological well-being found that 78% of the effect sizes were small or close to 0. 10 years on, Zell and colleagues looked at 106 meta-analyses, so what meta-analysis? Based. Comprising data from over 20,000 individual studies and over 12 million participants. They reported an overall effect size of 0.21, with 85% of the male-female differences being very small or small. Knowing the effect sizes of a difference is important because it tells you to what extent knowing someone is male or female is a useful guide to knowing what their brain will look like, how they will perform a certain task or react to a particular situation. When there is a lot of overlap, significant numbers of females will be more masculine than the average male, and many males more feminine than the average female. For example, a study of over 90,000 women and 111,000 men from 53 countries measured mental rotation ability, an index of spatial cognition. A sex-gender difference with Cohen's d 0.47 was found, meaning that about 32% of women obtained higher scores than the average man. Usually a peer-reviewed paper has passed a certain amount of scrutiny unless there are more sinister interests behind. Yeah, that works as long as the system is working how it should. If there are people behind the scenes with vested interests in pushing certain things, then it becomes dodgy and it becomes, well, this might be peer-reviewed for less kind of pure reasons. And it's just always something to bear in mind. So just to say something is peer-reviewed doesn't necessarily mean a huge amount. So using it as kind of legitimizing something based on that, especially if there's little else to go on, is not a good idea, I don't think. Knowing the effect size is a crucial first step to considering whether a sex-gender difference is more likely to be important or meaningful in the real world. This is a particularly important point to bear in mind nowadays when it is possible to analyze very large data sets established through data sharing initiatives. With large sample sizes, it's quite possible for a tiny, even tiny and therefore potentially meaningless differences to appear statistically significant. And yeah, how much of this is we talk about these tiny areas in the brain. What to look for? How big is the reported difference? Have the researchers reported effect size in their findings? Take a closer look at differences that are reported in terms of sexual dimorphism, or that are described using terms such as profound or fundamental. Okay, so what type of difference are we talking about? So you are confident that a sex-gender difference is the real deal, you have established its size. The next important question to ask is what kind of difference it is. Is it fixed or variable, ever-present or occasional? This seems like a strange question. It might be because finding sex-gender difference is so often both the start and end of research into a sex effects on the brain. We have therefore become accustomed to snapshot research approaches that compile a catalogue of differences. One often neglected question, for example, is whether any difference is stable across the lifespan or only seen at certain life stages. In humans, one of the largest sex-gender differences in the brain is the size of the intermediate nucleus of the hypothalamus, which is about twice as large in men compared to women on average. But that is only the case at certain ages. There is no difference among those over age 45. It can also be interesting to examine whether or not sex-gender differences in behavior change across age groups. A second question to ask is whether the difference depends on environmental factors. For animals, factors like stress and housing conditions, and for humans, factors like culture, experiences, context, can all affect the existence of sex-gender differences in the brain. I mean, this again is like significant because how much does this therefore affect what a trans brain looks like? And how much do they control for, say, someone's experiences? For example, in a particular brain region, the density of small protrusions on dendrites is much higher in female rats compared to male rats. However, the opposite is true if rats undergo a brief stressful period. Stressful episode, excuse me. When a difference is found, one should ask if it exists under all conditions, or if it disappears or even reverses, depending on other factors. Such questions are obviously particularly difficult to investigate in humans, given both the ethical and pragmatic limitations of manipulating experiences and culture. However, cross-cultural and inter-ethnic comparisons of sex-gender differences can offer some insights. For example, it's been shown that male education scores show a wider spread from the mean, with more males than females being amongst the very lowest and very highest scorers. However, other research has found that such differences at the highest end of ability vary by ethnicity. For example, drawing on North American school test data, Hyde and colleague found that among white 11th graders, slightly more boys and girls scored at the 99th percentile of mathematical ability, whilst among Asian American 11th graders, slightly more girls than boys scored at that level. So most animal studies of female-male differences test animals from a single species and strain at specific age under one set of environmental conditions. As a result, these studies can't answer questions regarding whether the difference found is stable over Asian environmental conditions, blah, blah, blah. I mean, animal stuff. Animal stuff isn't super interesting to me. You can't do animal studies about trans brains because trans animals are not a thing, believe it or not. Yeah. Different things affect things. Wow. Say you are confident that a sex-gender difference in the brain or behavior is real, and you have thought about its size and kind, big, small, stable, transient, fixed, contingent. The next question is, where did it come from? So this is it very interesting, because a lot of the hypotheses around the trans brain stuff is, oh, well, it comes from the gender identity. Well, it must be a sign of being trans. It must start from, this person is innately trans in some way. Particularly as concerns the brain or behavior that we think of as quintessentially masculine or feminine. A common assumption is that the differences are caused, at least in part, by genetic and hormonal differences between the sexes. This would be a direct effect of sex, a direct path from biological sex to brain and behavior. But the pathway can also be indirect. For example, most sex gender differences in human brain structure are actually size differences. Human males are on average about 10% bigger than females. This size difference affects all organs, including the brain. Alleged sex-gender differences in brain structures, such as the amygdala or hippocampus, or the ratio of brain cells to brain pathways, disappear or become trivial once corrections for brain size or volume are made. Biological sex influences body or brain size, but brain size is the primary determinant of morphological measures of the brain. Another example of indirect effects of sex is the female-male difference in the number of motor neurons in the nucleus of the lumbar spinal cord in rats. Things about rats. Sorry, I'm skipping over stuff that's about animals. But it may seem sensible that testosterone always affects behavior via the brain, also has masculinizing effects on physical appearance, which can then affect physical and social experiences, and therefore also brain and behavior. It's a fair point. Testosterone fluctuates daily and estrogen monthly. Yep, true. In humans, of course, we have gender, the socially constructed expectations that designate particular roles. Identities, behaviors appropriate to either females or males. Gender socialization and enforcement ensures indirect effects of sex, even if individuals identify as non-binary. That is, whilst gender socialization doesn't have uniform effects across people, every person is exposed to non-random experiences associated with gender as a system. It is important to recognize that gender norms and gendered experience, vary substantially by race, class, religion, and other dimensions. Brains are shaped by many factors over the life course. We now have evidence of the lifelong experience-dependent plasticity of the human brain, which means that the brain can be changed by experiences such as bullying, parenthood, playing video games, learning to juggle, or training to be a London cab driver. Yeah, so once again, like, certain parts of the brain will look different according to studies of trans people. Is that because they're trans or because they've had specific experiences? Are trans people more likely to have certain experiences than cis people? And might that account for why certain parts of the brain are a different shape or size to what you'd expect of their sex, you know? To the extent that experiences that shape the brain are gendered, there's an indirect effect of sex. Intriguingly, sex-related hormones may exert an indirect effect by making us more or less susceptible to such gendering effects. Thus, girls who are exposed to atypically high level of androgens during pregnancy were found to be less influenced by gender modeling and labeling compared to typically exposed girls. This finding is particularly revealing because of evidence that parents of such girls often make more of an effort to emphasize gender-appropriate behavior. Further complicating the possibilities, social constructions of gender can affect components of biological sex. For example, lower testosterone levels have been reported in fathers where paternal care is the cultural norm, compared to fathers where paternal care is typically minimal or absent. That's crazy. I need to look into that, that's crazy. More generally, testosterone levels are influenced in females and males, whether they're in competitive or in nurturing contexts. Yeah, I guess, like, well, I don't know, it's a bit like adrenaline will, like, rush during specific kind of things. Maybe it's similar with, like, testosterone. So if you're out fucking hunter-gathering and not really spending much time with your kids, you're gonna experience more of that. That's really interesting. I don't know much about that area. So when considering the relations between biological sex and gender, it's important to remember that gender, by its effects on behavior, can affect biological sex. What to know? Comparisons of females and males do not just capture direct effects of sex, but also capture all the indirect effects, including the effects of gender socialization. It is becoming evident that there is a need to identify and quantify additional factors that may correlate with sex category, and may be acting as mediating variables in any relationship between sex and gender. So what to look for is, have the researchers measured biological variables and gendered experiences that could contribute to differences in brain hormones or behavior, such as height, weight, muscle mass, physical activity, parental socialization, hobbies, educational background, or stereotypical beliefs about fixed male and female aptitudes, abilities, and roles. This does support the idea to an extent that trans people might be more likely to have certain differences because they interface with gender very differently to cis people, which would suggest that it's really not about like an innate difference. It is more about certain experiences. Because, you know, there's gonna be like commonality in all trans people to an extent. Fifth thing to know, how does it all add up? So these are like size charts. I think, is this the one? Hang on. Is this the one that I saw? I think it's a different one. What was that dump the dimorphism thing? I'm going to have a quick look at it. See if it's the same one. There's a very similar chart in this thing that I read. I think it was off stream. I don't think I showed this on stream. Yeah, this is someone else that I've been listening to a little bit. This Lise Elliott person. So where was it? It was stuff like this. Basically looking at different size differences of different things in the brain and finding that across studies, often it was sometimes it's men with bigger X, Y, or Z. Sometimes it's female, sometimes it's neither to any specific degree. No, I think it was presented very differently. But it seems like this comes up a lot. It seems like a lot of people find that, you know, from one study to the next, it can be very inconsistent. Yeah, it wasn't on here. It wasn't on here. Yeah, continuous color representation of the size, green large, white, yellow small, of each of the 116 regions of grey matter in the brains of 281 women and men. So horizontal is one person, vertical is a brain region. You've got females, males. And it's just it's a whole mixture. It's a whole mixture. And then continuous color representation of the degree of femininity, masculinity of the 7 variables showing the largest sex gender differences. So how feminine or masculine is your brain? And there's kind of an average. You're seeing a bit more blue on the right and a bit more pink on the left. But it's very, very variable between people. What we're actually learning from this is not a huge amount. Men have slightly bigger brains in general. That's pretty much the main thing you can apply to this. Like, big wow, you know what I mean? They were confident that a sex-gender difference in the brain or behavior is real. Considered the size, type, and origins. Next question is, how does it fit in with other differences? Every time a scientist reports a sex-gender difference in the brain or behavior, it seems like scientific understanding points to women and men being a little more distinct. But sex-gender differences in brain and behavior do not necessarily consistently add up to make women's and men's brains and behavior more and more different. If you take a group of women and men, if you zoom into the female brain, you can see the Barbie logo. Yeah, exactly. I'm glad someone's understanding what I'm really trying to put across here. Can we watch something fun? You're welcome to watch something else, man. I'm reading this and I'll probably watch something on brains. We're talking about brains and then I'm going to make a video. That's how it is. Where was I? Okay. If you take a group of women and men and detect the characteristics that are more common in women compared to men, and those more common in men compared to women, you'll find that most individuals have a mix of feminine and masculine characteristics. The same turns out to be the case when it comes to brain characteristics. Most brains are comprised of unique mosaics of male typical and female typical features. This is why it is meaningless to talk about the male brain or male nature, or same for female. Which of the endless brain mosaics found in females is the female brain? Whilst it is impossible to predict, and by the way, I hope we really can cross off very easily the idea of like female brain, male body, or vice versa. It just doesn't exist. It's just not really a thing. Again, I can clickbait this shit very easily when I make my video, and I intend to. And then we get into the more like nuanced stuff. That's what's going to happen. While it's possible to predict with accuracy above chance whether someone is male or female on the basis of their brain mosaic, it is impossible to predict what an individual's unique brain mosaic will be on the basis of whether they are male or female. Moreover, knowing whether someone is male or female provides little information on whether their brain is similar to someone else's. A recent study shows that brain types atypical of women are also typical of men, and vice versa, and that large sex-gender differences are found only in the prevalence of some rare brain types. As a result, the chance that two people of different sexes would have the same brain type are similar to the chances that two people of the same sex would have the same brain type. That's interesting. So yeah, that's the other thing. We decide that there's a trans-like phenotype of the brain. Well, you're just as likely to have the most male brain-looking thing ever as vice versa. And it doesn't actually say much about whether you're trans or not. It doesn't actually say much about you as a person. In addition to not adding up consistently within individual brains, there is growing recognition that sometimes one sex difference can compensate for another, in effect, cancelling each other out to enable behavioral similarity. Whilst this might seem a bit unintuitive, in many species, including our own, males and females often behave in similar ways despite physiological and chemical differences. For example, both male and female prairie voles show quite similar parenting behavior. And this appears to be not just despite, but because of sex differences in the brain and hormones. In males, but not in females, parental behavior depends on a brain pathway that's much denser than in females. And this seems to be compensation for the fact that, unlike females, males do not experience the physiological and behavioral changes associated with pregnancy. These observations not only demonstrate that sex differences don't always add up to make males and females more and more different, but that sometimes different brain mechanisms in the two sexes may work to make them behave in ways that are similar rather than different. So, excuse me. Consider whether the effect of a reported biological difference between groups of males and females is being thought about in isolation or in the context of other relevant characteristics that might cancel out or compensate for it. Also examine whether, when considering individual males and females, the investigators tested for internal consistency of the measures showing a sex-gender difference. Did they demonstrate that within each individual all features that show a sex-gender difference are consistently male-female typical or consistently male typical? Or do they only assume that is the case? Sixth thing to know, what does a brain difference mean? Okay, we're slowly getting there, don't we? The caveats above notwithstanding, the genetic and hormonal components of sex do influence brain development and functioning, and there are average group level differences between the brains of male and female in both human and non-human animals. You farted in your neighbor's window last night. You never saw him again. Like, you might want to get checked out. Good to see you. Where were we? In the brains of male and females in both human and non-human animals. But interpreting what these differences mean in terms of what most people are interested in behavior is harder than you might think. The advent of neuroimaging technologies has led to a proliferation of studies that indicate male-female differences in the brains of living people. Structural MRI provides a way to compare the size or volume of particular regions of the brain, as well as connectivity maps that provide information about the pathways of different brain regions. Functional MRI provides information about brain activities whilst participants perform some kind of task. One thing to consider is the reverse interference problem. Apart from very specialized sensory processing structures, most regions of the brain are impressive multitaskers, involved in many different functions at many different levels. So if a sex difference in brain structure or activity is communicated in terms of a particular structure of the brain being responsible for a very specific function, this interpretation needs to be viewed with more than a little skepticism. The reverse is also true. It's quite possible the same behavior is generated by somewhat different neural networks in the brain of different people. There are many neural roads to the same behavioral end, a principle known as degeneracy. The prairie vole example discussed earlier, in which brain and hormonal differences between males and females give rise to similar parenting behavior, is a good example of this principle. Since different parts of the brain do not map neatly onto different functions, neuroscientists cannot currently look at brain imaging readout and, in the absence of any information, reliably say what kind of mental activity is expected on the basis of these structural or functional characteristics. This is very significant from what I know. Like, you can see that something is happening, and that's about it. So how much can you draw from, say, the size of this, that, or the other? What does it actually say about that person? Really not a huge amount. So although it's tempting to speculate that sex-gender differences in the brain translate to different strategies or abilities, the ever-present danger is that gender stereotypes will fill the cavernous gap in knowledge. For example, analyses of a number of studies of functional neuroimaging studies of sex-gender differences and emotional processing showed how each study was interpreted as supporting gender stereotypes of women's greater emotionality, even when the researchers' results seem to contradict this. For instance, the unexpected finding that male responded more strongly than females to fear and disgust eliciting stimuli was explained post hoc as due to men's greater sensitivity to aggressive cues. Likewise, interpreting the meaning or functional consequences of sex-gender differences in size or connectivity of particular regions is harder than it seems. Even neuroscientists... what am I doing? Even neuroscientists who work with non-human animals under controlled conditions have trouble linking female-male differences in brain structure to behavioral differences. Yeah, so we see these differences in like trans brain structure, supposedly. Can you even link that to them being trans? Like how? How does that work? This problem is intensified once we consider the mosaic nature of sex-gender differences, as only rarely do all brain regions with activity pattern of, say, females reside in any given brain. Another potential problem is the brain activation maps produced by functional neuroimaging may convey the impression that men and women use completely different parts of their brain to do the same activity. This is simply not the case. The activation maps these studies produce are the end product of a whole chain of statistical manipulations. The resulting images do not show all the areas that were activated by the task, but only highlight the areas that were activated to a different extent in the female and male group. So what might be the most interesting aspect of the data? The variability within groups has effectively been stripped away by the various statistical steps, as have the similarities between females and males. The same point applies to connectivity maps, where the difference in pathways in the brain are similarly mapped and color-coded. These compelling images are statistical projections produced by the images in their software, and they obscure both the differences within a sex and the overlap between the sexes. There was a thing, there's all these like recent studies where they try and predict like brain sex, and they find a certain extent to which trans brains might look a bit more like female brains. There was again something in that Lise Elliott thing where it's like the AI modeling thing is like expecting certain things that might not necessarily exist. So how well you can detect someone's sex via brain. Again, mostly it's just going to be size, I would have thought. So speculation is an important and necessary part of science, but claims that confidently link gender differences in brain activity or structure to complex behavior should be treated with skepticism. A good question to ask is, if the sex-gender difference in the brain were reversed, could there be a different but no less plausible explanation of why this means that men are like this and women are like that? For example, when some scientists suggest that male are superior at spatial processing because, unlike women, they only use one side of the brain, whilst other scientists suggest that men are superior at spatial processing because, unlike women, they employ both sides of the brain, it's clear that expectations are being led more by stereotypes than a scientific model of spatial processing in the brain. I'm just going to skim this because I don't know how much animal stuff is going to... Those guinea pigs, I don't know. I like them though. Yeah, I'm not too interested in like that animal stuff, to be honest. I think where we're applying things like gender identity specifically, it's not a huge one. Mental rotation task. What does that mean? Rotate 2D or 3D objects in one's mind. Okay. Hey, I'm the hunter. You're supposed to be the gatherer. He was standing on the stuff I wanted to gather. Wow. When scientists or commentators identify or claim to identify a sex-gender difference in the brain or behavior, it can be very tempting to reach for an evolutionary explanation. A typical kind of speculation is that the female-male difference is the product of sexual selection, which persists today because this pattern of behavior led to greater reproductive success than in our ancestors thousands of years ago. For example, contemporary heterosexual partnering preferences are often attributed to evolved predispositions. Unfortunately, ancestral behavior left no fossil record, and speculations about what kind of behavior would have enhanced reproductive success can owe more to culturally influenced intuitions I'll just try that again. Unfortunately, ancestral behavior left no fossil record. Speculations about what kind of behaviors would have enhanced reproductive success can owe more to culturally influenced intuitions than scientific evidence. For example, despite common understanding that aggression was the key to male success in our ancestral past, there is no clear-cut relation between male aggression and reproductive success in primate societies or humans. Evolved does not necessarily mean inherited via genes. Modern evolutionary thinking includes an important role for non-genetic factors, including environmental factors, in both the development and cross-generational transfer of evolved traits. For example, when scientists arranged for newborn male lambs to be fostered by a goat mother, and for male newborn goats to be fostered by a ewe mother, they found that the males of both species developed robust and persistent sexual preferences for mates of the fostering species. Almost Freudian, that, right? This shows that in this case, whatever genetically inherited contribution there is to highly adaptive sexual preference for the same species is the environmental inheritance and not the genetic inheritance that holds sway over behavior. Yeah, so I guess like people kind of evolve through shit they learn and pass on, as well as like what genes are passed on. I guess that's kind of partly where like culture and shit comes from. The traditional and still common assumption is that sexually selected behavior traits are always inherited via the direct effects of sex-related genes and hormones on the brain. However, there is now growing interest in the environmental inheritance of sex-linked behaviors. This refers to situations where the biological sex creates a tangible difference between the sexes, such as in size, appearance, or smell, which in turn has a reliable effect on an individual's developmental experiences. The sex-specific environmental experience can potentially be partly or fully responsible for the reproduction of the sex difference in behavior, generation after generation. In humans, we call this gender socialization, but this unexpectedly convoluted pathway has also been seen in non-human animals. As the example discussed above of sex differential, anagenitalial licking by the mother rat. I think we skipped over that. In other words, even sexually selected traits may not necessarily be fixed by genetics, but inherited by sociocultural channels, and therefore amenable to change should we so choose. So speculating about genetically based evolutionary mechanisms is a lot easier than providing evidence for them. Has the researcher provided any evidence that the gendered behavior enhanced reproductive success in environments thought to be similar to those in which selection occurred? This kind of evidence is often difficult, if not impossible, to provide, but without it, the suggestion has the status of baseless speculation and may well be confusing a cultural norm with an evolutionary adaptation. Maybe some cultural norms do reflect adaptations. For example, the survival benefits of treating excrement as disgusting are clear, but it appears to be something kids have to be taught. Yikes. Yet, to paraphrase Freud, sometimes a cultural norm is just a cultural norm. As for the mechanism by which the trait develops and gets transferred from generation to generation, have the researchers provided evidence that the trait is genetically heritable? Have they considered other transfer mechanisms, including cultural ones? Conclusion: these 8 things to know should assist anyone interested in making sense of the findings from this complex and often contested field of research, or their popular misrepresentations. Never thought of ants having gender before. Well, ants have gender roles and shit, don't they? A male ant can't be a queen, for example. Oh, excuse me. I'm still waking up and it's like gone 4 o'clock, Jesus Christ. In particular, we hope that science journalists will find our guidelines helpful, as journalists are frequently the filter through which research reaches general readers. By the way, this is the kind of thing, like, people cite research and shit all the time to back up the exact kind of shit that I'm reading all this in service of. which is ideas of like where trans comes from. Like, I very much think that a lot of people don't really consider this kind of thing and don't read these kind of things and just find the shit that kind of conforms. Well, there has to be something here because certain studies found something. Okay, well, what we're talking about is like averages between male and female and saying that some people have a gender identity and also fall between those averages. Well, so do lots of people without those gender identities, for example. So by recommending those who engage with such research consider issues such as any particular findings, reliability, size, generalizability, origins, meaning, and evolutionary history, we hope these things to know will enhance understanding, clarity, and debate. Update science working as it should in response to our 8 things piece above. A reply in the form of a co-authored sexual personalities post by these people appeared as a blog on Psychology Today website. It detailed what they term 8 counterpoints to our original points, usefully noting agreements as well as disagreements. We felt it formed a welcome opening to a long-needed conversation about key points of debate on making sense of human sex differences. In the spirit, we have posted a response to their post, strongly emphasizing the identified agreements, noticing the difference of non or ghost disagreements, and acknowledging points for continued debate. This was swiftly and agreeably posted on Psychology Today website in its entirety. I don't know how interesting this will be, to be honest. I think this is probably far more, methodological kind of thing. Yeah, I don't know. I might look at this at my own time. And there was a response to it as well. I'm thinking I should probably listen to something because reading is tiring. Yeah, so I find a lot of this Gina Rippon stuff really interesting. I'm just trying to think which one is probably good to go through. She's done quite a few of these talks, and I think there's a lot of overlap between them. The one I watched was this one, and then I watched some of this TED talk, but it's a lot shorter. This How To Academy. I might use this one. I might use this. I need to use the bathroom. I will be back in like 2 minutes. Make sure you like the stream, etc. Just give me 2 secs, and we'll watch something that brings it a bit more close to the field that I'm interested in. I'll be right back. Alright. Like the stream, etc. Let's watch this video. Wow.
Good evening, brain owners, multitaskers and map readers, empathizers and systemizers, possibly even Martians and Venusians. There are few absolute certainties in science, but I feel I'm on safe enough grounds to state that everyone here has a brain. What I'm going to try to convince you in the next 15 minutes is that your brain is special. It is unique and different from your neighbours. Not because you're female and he's male or the other way round, but because even if your neighbour happens to be your identical twin, I don't know if there are any identical twins here this evening, you will have lived a different life from your neighbour, have had different experiences and encountered different attitudes. And this will be reflected in the brain you're currently hosting in your head and will continue to be reflected in that brain until the end of your life. So is this something I can move on with? Yeah, okay. Right, gosh. The motion before us includes two of the most commonly used labels we use to describe ourselves, male and female. I think everyone in this room will believe that they have a clear idea of what that means. And I hope to show that even with what feels like that one secure bit of knowledge about ourselves, things are a bit more complicated than that. So this wasn't actually the first slide, but we'll go with the one that we've got here. This is a pictorial representation of what we're talking about, the chain of argument that informs the title of today's debate. That there are two types of bodies, male and female, determined by genetic factors, and thus two types of brains. So this aspect of the argument is the basis of the essential claim in tonight's matter of debate. We need to pause and think, what do we mean by essential? One definition of an essential belief is that all members of a category share fundamental or essential qualities, or essences, that make them what they are. Essentialist thinking involves beliefs that the basis of such is natural, unchangeable, and grounded in deep-seated biological factors. So the reason I'm drawing your attention to this particular link here is that this is a belief that there is a firm chain between the bodies that we have and the brains that we have. And I think this really is what the debate is about tonight, that two different types of bodies, two different types of brains. This then results, it is claimed, in two different portfolios of skills, aptitudes, personalities. I don't know if you can see those, but it's a kind of representation of claims that men don't listen and when women can't read maps, men are empathic, men are systemizers, etc. Having been the rounds of various studios today, I'm constantly being told, so what is this about men not being able to show their emotions and women being multitaskers and men being map readers? So we all have clear views of what this means, what this chain of argument is. And there are also issues about the kind of roles that people play. And in order to illustrate this, I've taken quotes from Simon's book, the way in which the... So we have this link here, a firm claim, which he does qualify later, and I'll come back to that. The female brain is predominantly hardwired for empathy, and the male brain is predominantly hardwired for understanding and building systems. And a consequence of that is a range of different skills. And we probably won't have much chance until we have questions and answers to get into that aspect, because we're really interested in that part there. Primarily, this is a debate about differences, where they come from, what they mean, and crucially, how fixed and unchangeable they are. Perhaps we could even call them strong and stable. So there's 3 points that I want you to think about in making up your mind on this
I remember when Theresa May was the Prime Minister.
issue. First of all, the science. This is a science debate, and we need to start by looking at the story that's...
Harry G's brother. Yeah. His whole thing was like, autism is extreme male brain. And then since then, a lot more female people like get diagnosed with autism. There's probably something else.
Science is telling us. Are men's and women's brains different? Now, I should begin by...
I keep pausing. I did A-level psychology, and we never really did like autism, but my girlfriend said that she did it too, and they were literally taught that autism means extreme male brain, which is a bit terrifying as to what people are being taught.
Clarifying to all that I'm not a sex difference denier, as I have been described, a bit like a climate change denier, presumably with the same consequences for civilization. I am aware that there are profound anatomical differences between males and females, helpfully pointed out by various trolls who like to send me JPEGs of... I would also acknowledge that there are gender gaps in the world, in achievement, in all spheres, especially science, that I'll touch on, but also in mental health problems such as depression, self-harm, eating disorders, and in the field that both Simon and I work in autism. So there are differences that we need to explain. But will we find the explanation by looking at brains? Now, as a neuroimager, I'm of course aware of innumerable studies that, having divided their cohort of imagees into two groups, male and female, hitting sex as the independent variable in their analysis package, you can find some differences in some brains between some men and some women. In fact, the next half hour could be taken up with Simon and I, what I call human brain studies poker, where we swap examples of studies that have found differences, counter them with studies that haven't. Having had a sneak preview courtesy of the Today programme this morning, I could guess that Simon might offer a recent study on human biobank data, which reported clear differences in grey matter volume and brain structures, such as the hippocampus and the amygdala. I could then see his biobank study, perhaps en route pointing out that the average age of the participants was over 60, and you might like to wonder what different life experiences had done to those brains. But I could anyway raise him to other studies reporting no such differences. I could also note that scientific publishing currently focuses on publishing studies where differences are found. We don't get to hear so much about those where no differences between the sexes are found. So rather than drag you through lots and lots of different papers, what kind of conclusion do I feel that we can draw from these studies? Simon may well disagree. The key thing is that there's no one aspect of the brain in key structures or grey-white matter ratios, in patterns of connectivity, whatever you like to look at, that has yet been found that will reliably differentiate the brain of a woman from the brain of a man, apart from one. On average, men's brains are bigger, but men are, on average, and that is a phrase we'll come back to, bigger than women. Their hearts, lungs, livers and kidneys are bigger than women's, and I don't think the Royal Institution is likely to be having a debate on that difference anytime soon. Once you correct for those size differences, almost all the alleged sex differences that had earlier been found actually tend to disappear. The same is also true of baby brains, which of course is something where we should really be looking if we believe these are innate differences and there's something that starts right at the beginning. You can, in the same way, and I did review lots of studies for the book that I've just written, find one lab which will report quite strong sexual dimorphism in a baby brain between boys' brains and girls' brains. They're usually very small cohorts, so we have to be careful with the conclusions we draw. But even the same labs 3 years later will run a different set of babies through the same kind of studies and find no differences. I went to a conference recently where there was a poster which, unsurprisingly, attracted my attention. It's called Time to Dump the Dimorphism. Males and female brains are far more similar than different across multiple measures.
Wait. When was this? 2019. When was this? I refer to this paper quite often. When was it? I don't have a year on there. Received 2020. It might be the same thing. It might be by the same person. I don't know. That's what she said. I'm kind of looking at some stuff. I'm like comparing some stuff. So I'm not talking much. I apologize. I'm more learning than, whatever else. Would it be fair to say that men and women are the same, at least in terms of cognitive abilities? Extremely comparable, I would say. extremely comparable. Like the amount of overlap is enormous, you know.
Structure and function. Is there at least a typical male brain or female brain, some kind of template that we might compare things to? Well, recent work by Daphne Joel and her team in Tel Aviv has looked for this very issue. Looked at over 100 different structures. It's quite difficult. Hopefully you'll get an impression of what we're looking at here. 100 different structures, some more typical in brains from men and some more typical in brains from women. Looking at over 1,000 different brains and found that brains are in fact a mosaic of different features. Less than 6% of those 1,000 brains had predominantly male or predominantly female features, and none had all male or all female. So I think that this is a really good pictorial representation that every brain is different from every other brain, regardless of whether they're from men or women. There is another caveat, which I'm sure Simon will agree with, that even we neuroscientists have to confess that we don't really know what any of these differences mean. We might find bigger amygdala, smaller hippocampus, bigger bridge of fibers between the two different brains. But it is quite a big jump to say what this means in terms of behavior. So even if we do find these structures, we don't really know if that explains the kind of behaviors that we're interested in, that we're looking at. That is, in fact, the basis of this whole debate. Men and women are different, so they must have different brains. If we don't know that link, it's important to bear that in mind. So, the human brain, pink, blue, 50 shades of grey matter. We really cannot currently claim that men's and women's brains are consistently and distinctly different. There is another aspect of brains that I will touch on, but I will acknowledge Simon's expertise in this area, so I'll only mention it briefly, and that is hormones. A key difference in male and female fetuses is that before birth, male babies are marinated in higher levels of testosterone than female babies, with resultant differences in their reproductive hardware. But does this also result in differences in their brains? Very powerful lobby would claim yes. But where are we looking? If we haven't found any key differences in the brains of men and the brains of women, where should we be looking for the differences that this testosterone causes? So it's difficult to establish a brain biology behavior link. A lot of the research in this area is carried out on animals, which is probably not an appropriate group to be looking at. But often what researchers do when they're working with humans is they go straight from hormones to behavior, bypassing brains altogether, but inferring differences if they find behavior differences. But all too often the behavior they're looking at, or rather how they describe it, reveals something about the particular take they have on this research. So we have measures of gender-appropriate behavior to match to varying levels of prenatal testosterone. We have a tomboy index to investigate the behavioural consequences in girls of being exposed prenatally to too much testosterone. So there does seem to be a strong element of begging the question here, which we should probably bear in mind. Now remember, we're looking at differences which are supposedly fixed and unchangeable. And I did have lots of wonderful slides of taxi drivers' brains changing as they learned the knowledge and people learning to juggle. And I came across this wonderful picture by a 6-year-old, which actually sums it up really nicely. A breakthrough in the 21st century is that our brains, are attached to the world, which has profound differences on those brains, and that our brains are very flexible. They actually change throughout our lives in a way that we never realized. We used to think we had baby brains developed and they became fixed, and we trundled on through life with very much the kind of brain that we were born with and that biology had determined. But we now know that the world through which our brains are travelling has a consistent and lifelong impact on our brains. Our brains can change as a function of the education we receive, the experiences, the occupations, the hobbies we have, the sports we play. For example, a study of spatial skills in males and females, a supposedly really robust brain-based sex difference, showed that those sex differences were actually due to video game experience. Women with the same level of such experience were as good as men at tests of those of spatial understanding and manipulation. So we need to think very carefully. We need to think that if we're looking at a brain that has been functioning in a world, coming back to the biobank study, 60-year-old brains, we need to remember that our brains are plastic. Our brains are also wired to be social. We are a hugely socially influenced species. Indeed, it's claimed that that's the secret of our success. So when studying brain structures or function, it's virtually impossible to tease apart what's come from the world and what's come from biology. And this does start very early. Babies' brains are tuned from birth, possibly even before, to pick up social skills. So nature is not separate from nurture or an alternative to it. It's inseparably entangled with it, which must undermine the conclusions we come to about tonight's motion. So that's the science. I would briefly like to say that this is a debate not just about science, but about the communication of that science, which is appropriate given that we're talking in the Royal Institution, the Science Communication Centre above all. We need to consider not just what scientists are saying, particularly in this kind of debate, but how they say it and what their audiences, readers, or other science communicators are hearing. Let's take the phrase, men's and women's brains are, on average, significantly different. Well, if we look at the kind of distribution we're talking about, just let's say here we've got the data from two particular measures. In this particular one, it's the height of men and the height of women. If you plot out the data you get this kind of two overlapping camel humps. You can see that there is a difference on average between those populations, but there's also quite a lot of overlap. So knowing that somebody's a man or somebody's a woman might not be very informative, but that's quite a marked difference in height. The kind of differences that sex differences we're talking about are actually very small. They're of that area. So yes, there are little differences here, but if you look at the differences within the groups and the overlap between them, they're quite dramatic. And of course, if we're focusing on the male-female difference, we focus on that little difference. We don't focus on the big difference in the two groups. If those two groups are supposedly biologically homogeneous, then why have we got that difference? And I popped in the corner the kind of difference that's from that UK Biobank study again, sorry, Simon, to show that the claimed difference in the hippocampus between males and females has that similar kind of overlap. In popular parlance, the term different implies distinct, distinguishable, reliably distinct. All the characters we now know are not true of men's and women's brains. Significant implies meaningful, and it would be hard to know that where a man or a woman might score on any of those kind of sex difference studies. It's also the case that essential implies absolutely necessary and extremely important, which is perhaps why this debate becomes so vitriolic at points. To tie this up, I'd just like to throw into the mix the use of the term male and female. You probably believe that when we talk about male and female brains, we mean the brains from men or the brains from women. Simon himself has rather muddied the water on that one. Having made his firm statement about male and female brains in the opening lines of his book, he later qualifies it with what I find a rather startling caveat.
I've just been looking at some stuff. It seems like whenever I look at trans brain studies, this probably seems super off topic for what we're watching, I'm so sorry. It seems to be taken as read that like cortical thickness is just higher in females than males. I'm finding, because I'm kind of comparing, I have that dump the dimorphism thing. And then that big, that meta study that people often use to say, hey, trans brains are very different. But it used something called free surfer, which apparently is more likely to find higher cortical difference. But then there's other studies apparently that show either no difference or greater thickness in males. I don't know much about, I don't know what free surfer is. I don't know if anyone's watching that is familiar with that kind of thing. I had to look into that more anyway.
That, and I quote, your sex does not dictate your brain type. Not all men have the male brain, not all women have the female brain. I think I'll leave you to puzzle that out and Simon to clarify it later. To finish then briefly, this really matters. This is not just a scientific debate. This is a stereotype about males and females, which informs how males and females feel about themselves.
Yeah, hang on. Let me just see if I can find what I was talking about. So like, this is the one that everyone cites. There's this one here. Let me just fix my shit. That'll do. This one kind of cites where was it? Am I hallucinating this? This higher cortical thickness in trans women is tend to be taken as like a confirming thing that there's something to, like, you know, neurobiological basis to gender identity. Oh, it was this one. Hang on. No, it's a different study that will help more with this. Hang on. Yeah, cortical thickness in untreated transsexual. This is the one. Okay. This one I'm sure found. Yeah. FTMs showed evidence of subcortical grey matter masculinization. MTFs showed evidence of cortical thickness feminization. And feminization is thicker, right? Where is it? Where would I find it? Females have a thicker cortex than males in several regions. Did this use FreeSurf? Was it FreeSurfer? Or a method? The thing I was reading suggested that that specific software, or whatever it is, tended to find this more often than... Yeah, this one does use this FreeSurfer thing. And then it's mentioned in this one as well. So it seems like this software is used quite often when finding these, like, sex differences, especially, you know, lives back when. I have no idea, sorry. Maybe one day. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, so these ones, a lot of these take it as read, I think, that, like, females tend to have thicker cortexes, but then apparently other ones are finding either no difference or the opposite. Let me just see, because it helps. I mean, if the thing I'm reading is wrong, then that affects how useful it is as a source, obviously. What did we find? So supposedly this suggests there's no difference. So even amongst kind of things that we seem to take as read and say this is a observable difference that we can compare people with. Apparently this suggests there's no difference. And there was something else that actually found it higher or larger in men. Whereas the accepted wisdom is the other way around. Oh, CT, that's here. Is it? Yeah, CT would be cortical thickness. And on this, it's suggesting that the male one is higher. Averaged across the brain. Total CT was not significantly different between the sexes in our analysis. And it's very slightly higher, but not a significant amount. But then, no, this one was saying that the fact that it seems to be thicker in trans women is evidence of like a feminization of the brain. That's interesting. That's quite useful. So yeah, even the stuff that they're finding, that there's gonna be shit that like disagrees with it. So really, what it leads to is like, well, how much can we actually take from a lot of this stuff, you know? And then I'm pretty sure there was another one that suggested actually it was the other way around. So then it does become like study poker, and it's like, well, this one says this, well, this one says that, and it's like, well, which is better? Well, I don't know. You could spend hours and hours trying to determine that, comparing all kinds of things. I don't know how much time I have for that kind of thing. But yeah, it's interesting that we're taking this to mean feminization, but then maybe it doesn't even mean feminization. And there's always the risk that you do a bunch of different studies on these kind of things, and they just all find completely different things. Because a lot of the time, I mean, bear in mind, this study, we've got 18 untreated male to female transsexuals. So 18 people. Chicken and the egg. Well, yeah, exactly. That's the whole point. It's like, we don't know what any of this means. We take one study, it says one thing. We take another one, it says another. So I'm left again wondering, like, why this is such a talking point then. Like, do people not look for this kind of thing? I don't know, man. I'll keep reading stuff. Hopefully this will touch on at least some important things. But I mean, the main thrust of it is like, well, how do we really determine that these sex differences are a thing? Oh, so is this Simon Baron Cohen? Do you reveal differences on average? Yeah. Okay, so it's a debate between this person and Simon Baron Cohen. Cortical thickness is subject to plasticity. Yeah, that's what I imagine. So yeah, it's like, well, what does it actually mean? What does it mean that in any one of these things? And if I find a specific difference that they find, that it's like, well, on average, an untreated trans person, a trans woman, sorry, will have a feminized X, Y, or Z than someone else. Potentially, I could find a study for any one of those things that says, well, actually, what you're calling feminized, according to my thing, is not feminized, or is in fact the opposite. You know what I mean? So it all becomes very difficult. And the thing is, I think people don't look into this shit that deeply. What am I doing? Shit. There we go.
It works as a filter in research. The very field that Simon and I work in autism spectrum disorders, long been described as a male disorder. And more recently, we're starting to realise that that means that there are large numbers of females on the spectrum who've been missed, who are not diagnosed, do not inform research. So thinking of brains or other categories as male or female, however defined, is limiting and misleading. I'll very briefly show you some consequences of beliefs that women and men have different brains. Of course, you'd think this is something that way back in the 19th century, neurologists looking for differences, believing that men and women are inferior. All of these were quotations about why women shouldn't be doing science, because they don't have the right kind of brain. So we have the Google memo, we have Larry Summers, the then head of Harvard, we have the Google memo author, we have Alexandra Strumia, the physics professor in CERN, all of them claiming that women's brains were different, not suited for science, so science shouldn't be wasting its time on educating women. So I think it's not just an academic debate we're having here. It's a debate which is really important. It's a debate which informs what people feel about themselves and what other people believe. So brain owners, the choice is yours. You could support me in my bid to show that men's and women's brains are not essentially different. Are we really looking at this inevitable evolution of a brain born small and tiny, perhaps slightly different? One goes down a nicely gendered blue channel, becomes armoured, resilient, can become a leader of man, whereas the other's a bit pink and marshmallowy, lands up a bit princessy and a bit emotional. So that is what we say if we think men's and brains are essentially different. Or do we believe that everybody's brain is attached to the world? Every brain is different from every other brain, and that's what is important. So hopefully you'll vote for me and go with our 6-year-old picture. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you. And now, Simon, if you'd like to take to the podium for your 20 minutes. Thank you.
First of all, thank you, Gina. And I listened with interest to all your points. I think although this debate is set up in a very binary way, I think we're going to find that we agree more than we disagree. But let's see. So my argument is going to be really, is there any role for biology when we're thinking about sex differences in the mind and the brain? Gina's book largely argues that differences are the result of living in a gendered world, and that there are no essential differences, as in differences that would predate living in a gendered culture. I'm going to argue that the role of culture is no doubt important, so on that we agree, that we can't really deduce much about nature and nurture from the studies of children and adults because they have had a lot of postnatal experience, but there might be a role for biology, and particularly if we look at newborn babies before they've been exposed to culture, and prenatal factors. So there we go. So Gina's already made this point that I think no serious scientist would be making claims about sex differences, whether it's from the neck upwards, as it were, the mind or the brain, or the rest of the body, as being binary. Rather, they are average differences when you compare groups of males and groups of females. There's the example of height. If we just take groups of males and females, we find a roughly 5.5-inch difference. But you're always going to find females who are atypical for their gender, who are taller, and males who are atypical for their gender, who are shorter. So the chart at the bottom there, the idea that men and women, boys and girls are distinct, to use Gina's term, I think is the wrong way of thinking about it. We've already talked about the UK Biobank. For those of you who don't know what that is, that's a collection of tens of thousands of individuals who are not only having brain scans, but they're also giving DNA, and it's going to be a fantastic resource. It's already proving to be a fantastic resource for scientists. Jean is absolutely right that they tend to be older individuals who've volunteered. I think the eligibility is over 40, but it may well be that the average is even older than that. This is the first release just last year of some of that data, just on 5,216 participants who've all had a brain scan. What we're looking at is white matter in the brain. So these are the major tracts or highways in the brain. And on top are white matter tracts, which are larger in males than females on average. And at the bottom, those that are larger in females than males. Two different types of measures. You can see the details there, but certainly evidence of average group differences. This slide is also, just as we saw with Gina's slide, telling us that there are overlapping differences in total brain volume, total grey matter volume, and total white matter volume. And these are found even after you control for things like total surface area, height, cortical thickness, and so forth. So the differences are there, but this kind of study won't tell us where they've come from. If you look at specific brain regions, Gina's already mentioned some of these, like the hippocampus. You can see that's one of the regions where you see a sex difference. You also see it in the amygdala and the nucleus accumbens. I've just picked out those three. Hippocampus very much involved in memory, particularly spatial memory. Amygdala very much involved in emotions and threat detection. And the nucleus accumbens part of the reward circuitry of the brain. The brain develops in complexity from birth through childhood. So you can see here that in the first 2 years of life, if we just look at on the left, we see neurons really not showing much complexity. But even in the first few months, you can see a growth in complexity as there are more neurons growing and more connections between neurons growing. And if we look at the post-mortem studies of boys and girls, males and females right across life, when you get down to that individual neuronal count, you can see differences. So on average, females have 19.3 billion neurons, but on average, males have 22.8 billion neurons. This is a 16% difference in the number of nerve cells in the brain. So there are these differences, but none of this tells us where the differences have come from. Was it the result of growing up in a gendered world, which it could easily be, or are there other factors at play? We've looked at psychological processes like empathy. In this study, we had 80,000 people take part, about 44,000 women, 43,000 men. And you can see that on average, shown in green there, women were scoring higher on this test of empathy, where you have to look at someone's face, but particularly the eye region of the face, and say which of those 4 words best describes what the person in the photo is thinking or feeling. I've been talking for a minute whilst you've been looking at that photo, and the correct answer is dispirited, or a bit sad. So if you got that right, you did so really on the basis of quite minimal information of emotional expression around the eye region of the face. And we observe sex differences in brain activity whilst people are trying to decode facial expressions, with women showing more activity in the left inferior frontal gyrus whilst they're looking at emotional expressions like that. But again, where do these differences come from? It could easily be the result of postnatal experience. We've also looked at what Gina referred to as systemizing, being able to analyze a system.
You mean Firebat posting in my chat, or just in general? Do you know what works super well in general is ignoring them, I find.
Which usually involves focusing in on parts within wholes to understand how the system works. Here we find a sex difference of a different kind, that on average, males are faster at finding that cube hidden in the overall abstract design than are women. So males are taking on average 46 seconds, women on average 66 seconds. And again, you see a difference in brain activity. Now, in the back part of the brain, the parietal cortex, the visual cortex, with women showing more activity in posterior parietal cortex whilst they're searching for the part within the whole. Just average differences. It's not true of all males and all females, but the group differences do emerge. Most recently, just last year, we published a paper testing over 500,000 people on tests of empathy, systemizing, and autistic traits. These were short questionnaires that people could take part in, and the sample also included 36,000 autistic people, so very big data. And what we found, again shown in this slide, is that the axes are not coming out as written, but both on the empathy quotient on the top left, the systemizing quotient on the top right, and the autism spectrum quotient, a measure of autistic traits, we found sex differences on average. So a lot of overlap, and this is where we are in agreement, more similar than different, but are those differences of interest to scientists, and where might they be coming from? So in my work, I found it useful to plot some of this data from psychology along two independent axes, empathy along the vertical axis, systemizing along the horizontal axis.
I love you,
finding
Mary.
That,
love the topic.
If you were to
Thank you so much, Sakelo, for the $55. Very, very kind of you. Thank you.
Summarize the studies, more females are showing a difference in favor of their empathy over systemizing. That's to say they're scoring higher on empathy than they are on systemizing, which would be shown in the light blue zone of that graph. And more males are showing a discrepancy in the opposite direction. They're scoring higher on measures of systemizing or understanding systems compared to their scores on measures of empathy. So that's the kind of model. Of course, there are plenty of people in the population that show no difference in their empathy or their systemizing. So they'd be in the white zone on that graph. And in terms of autism, what we've postulated is that people with autism might be below average on tests of empathy, but might be anywhere from average to superior on tests of systemizing. So a larger discrepancy between the two, and you'd expect them to be in the red zone of that chart. And that's sort of what we find when we go out into the population, including very large populations like that 500,000 sample. You can plot each individual in terms of their score on empathy and systemizing. And if you just look with the
Okay, so this was something else about like cortical thickness. It seems like there's quite a few things that go against the narrative that I've been given. Like this one is showing, like where it's white, the cortex is thicker in female than male. And where it's like colored, it's like from like purple to red is like a smaller to a larger, like increased thickness in males. Like this is showing quite a lot of areas where it's actually the other way around. And then it seems like some things kind of thin more in males than females. And then some things kind of, well, most of them thin more in males, but like some of them, the values kind of stay above. I don't know, take of that what you want.
naked eye at these dots, each person represented by a dot. The yellow ones are females in the population. The green ones are males in the population. And the red and purple ones are autistic. So you can see that the clouds do overlap, but they do tend to be more yellow dots at the top left-hand quadrant, more green dots in the middle there, and more red and purple at the bottom right. And actually, if we do a count, sorry that this has jumped out of alignment, you can see that males and females are showing that they occupy different spaces in that chart. So if we looked at individuals who are type E, their empathy is higher than their systemizing. Some 40% of females show that profile. We call them brain type. And if you looked at type S, individuals where their systemizing is higher than their empathy.
Male, female, and autistic. Yeah, I don't know. There's always with stuff like this, it's like how much of this is learned and how much of it is because of like something in the brain, or because of like, I don't know, hormones or something.
Empathy, about 40% of males show that profile. So none of these findings are true of all males and all females, and I do hope that we're going to end up agreeing on that point. But we are seeing the sexes diverging in interesting ways when we do.
Basically, he thinks that the sexes are more different in the brain than she does. But both of them at least acknowledge that there's a lot of overlap, and there's a lot of, really depends on which person you're looking at, you know what I mean?
Really large population studies. So now we get down to the kind of nub of it, which is what might be causing these sex differences. I would argue that there's going to be a mix of factors, and I think I heard Gina say that nature and nurture can't really be separated, that they are very much intertwined. In her book, she argues predominantly for the first two factors: experience. Our parents may be giving their sons and daughters different types of experiences because we live in a gendered world. That might be true from our teachers and other kinds of social interactions. Culture is the other important source of influence in what Gina calls very plastic brains. And I agree, our brains are indeed very malleable, very plastic. Missing from, at least in her book, is any serious consideration of biological factors, and I'm going to really pick out hormones, but particularly prenatal hormones, which can change your brain development, genetic effects, some of which may be on the sex chromosomes, some of which may be scattered across the genome in terms of evidence from heritability, and of course there may be other aspects of biology in the environment, such as exposure to physical hazards, which the two sexes may react to differently. I'm going to just focus on a couple of those as case studies, newborn babies first, and then prenatal hormones second, and then I'll stop. So in terms of, are there sex differences at birth, which would be awkward for the gender experience hypothesis, what is found is that there are indeed differences in overall intracranial volume. It's about a 6% difference, males being larger than females on average, but also a higher number of cortical neurons in males than females. So we saw that across in studies of children and adults, but that difference is there even at birth. And that exists even after you control for factors like birth weight. Where there's been the opportunity to look at brain differences in newborn babies in terms of volume, of different brain regions, again, what you can see is differences appear, sometimes larger in males, sometimes larger in females, according to the region you look at. So medial temporal cortex, which is involved in sensory processing, but particularly auditory processing, that area is larger in boys on average. Dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, very much involved in self-control, sometimes called executive function, is a region that's larger in females. And a particular part of the temporal parietal junction, just where the temporal lobe meets the parietal lobe, again, that is larger in females and has been associated with social processing, particularly following other people's faces and trying to figure out other people's intentions. So the fact that these differences are present at birth means that whatever the role of culture later on, there must also be some element of prenatal biology. We did a study looking at newborn babies who were 24 hours old. I'm sure we'll discuss this in a bit more detail. But we asked the mothers for their consent for babies to take part. And we presented the babies with either a social stimulus, which was the human face, or a non-social stimulus, that geometric pattern, and simply filmed the baby for how long they looked at each type of stimulus. What you can see is that there were some children who looked equally long at both, but what I've graphed for you is those babies who looked longer at one type of stimulus or the other. So more girls looked longer at the human face compared to boys, and more boys looked longer at the geometric design compared to girls. The fact that this is happening at 24 hours old suggests that whatever we are doing as parents that might shape our sons and daughters differently, or whatever the media is doing, the toy industry, schools and so forth, there must be some element of prenatal biology. Now, hard critics would say 24 hours is quite a long time for culture to be shaping these sex differences. And indeed, in Gina's book, she takes me to task about this experiment. Did we do the experiment right? Might there have been some biases or confounds in the experiment which question the validity of the study? I would simply insert here the plea for accurate reporting of this single study. First of all, Gina says, why didn't we present both stimuli at the same time, which is one way of testing newborn babies. It's called preferential looking, rather than one and then the other. They're both valid methods of testing babies. The key thing is if you just present one and then the other, you have to counterbalance or randomize the order so that if some babies are getting sleepy, you're not getting order effects, and that's what we did. The second critique that Gina launches in her book about this study is that the scientists were not blind to the baby's gender. Well, actually, we took a lot of effort to remain blind. We asked the mothers not to tell us the gender of their baby. We had judges looking just at where the baby was looking, at the face or the non-facial stimulus. But then we took the precaution to get a second set of judges just to look at the videotapes of the baby's eye movements, not in the maternity ward, but back in the lab, so that there was no chance of the experimenter being inadvertently biased by knowing the baby's gender. So all of these details, I've highlighted them here, are important. They're technical issues, but the case stands on the findings. Gina pointed out in her book that a good percentage of both males and females at 24 hours old showed no preference, and that's absolutely right. But if you looked at those who showed a preference for the face or the mobile, this geometric object, you do see the sexes diverging, and that's again a sign of difference, and the fact that it's there so early suggests that prenatal biology may be playing a role. Here's my last bit, sorry Hannah, which is I wanted to talk about hormones. We've tried to figure out a way to look at the influence of hormones like testosterone in an ethical way in humans. In animals, you could experimentally manipulate the amount of the hormone that the animal is
I think 24-hour-old babies could see very much. I would have thought not, but hey.
Exposed to, depending on your perspective on animal experimentation. But in humans, that would be totally unethical. So what we've done instead is to ask women who are having amniocentesis.
It does kind of seem like you could have just got any old random result from that kind of thing.
Where a needle is introduced into that fluid in the amniotic sac around the baby. If they're having that clinical procedure anyway, can we analyze it for the hormone testosterone? You can see that on average, male fetuses are producing more of this hormone, testosterone, than females are. They're just average differences, some overlap. The reason we're doing this is because from animal research, we know that if you take a female rat and expose her to extra testosterone, it does change her brain. So this is a brain region called the SDNPOA, sexually dimorphic nucleus of the preoptic area. It's part of the hippocampus. And on the left, you see the neuronal complexity in this area in a typical female, in this case, mouse. And on the right, you see that same animal when she's been treated with extra estradiol, one of the estrogens, which itself is synthesized from testosterone. You can see quite a visible change in complexity, the number of neurons, the number of connections between neurons, and that change resembles much more the typical male mouse or rat brain in that brain region. So the hormone seems to be masculinizing her neuronal development. So what did we find? When these children whose mothers had had amniocentesis and who we had managed to measure the hormone during pregnancy, testosterone, when these children were 8 years old, we gave them that empathy test. What we found was that the higher the child's prenatal testosterone levels, the more difficulty they were having in reading faces in terms of what the person might be thinking or feeling.
Oh, so this will be like extreme male brain kind of stuff. Okay.
Here,
the more testosterone, the more autistic you are.
The person in the picture is interested in something. Equally, we found that at 8 years old, if we asked them to find that triangle hidden in the overall design, we found that the higher their prenatal testosterone, the quicker and more accurate they were at finding the part within the whole. So the hormone which is prenatal, seems to be showing a correlation, that's the strongest we can put it, just a correlation, with performance on later tasks, which we know show sex differences. We also asked the children to climb into the MRI scanner so we could look at grey matter and particular regions of the brain which are sexually dimorphic, show average sex differences. And we looked to see whether the hormone levels prenatally in testosterone correlated with the size of those regions in the brain at age 8. And you can find a whole set of regions did show correlations. I'll just pick out 2 of them. The planum temporale, which is a language area, was correlated, and so was the right temporal parietal junction, which is a social region involved in monitoring faces to find out what other people are interested in. So prenatal hormones in humans, just as in other species, seem to be having an association with sex differences on average in different brain regions. Before I finish, I want to unpack the terms male and female because they lie at the heart of our debate, and argue that actually there are many different ways that we can use the terms male and female. I've counted at least 7 different ways that we can use these terms. We can talk about somebody's chromosomal sex, as in, do you have 2 X chromosomes or an X and a Y? You can talk about someone's genital sex, as in, how do they appear when they're born in terms of their body? And you can talk about what gender are they assigned at birth. You can talk about their current gender identity. How do they identify? You can talk about their gendered behavior. What do they show in their behavior? You can talk about their sexual orientation. And as I've argued, you can also talk about brain sex. For example, do they have a type E or type S brain? And in brackets, I've mentioned some of the medical conditions that allow us to understand that each of these levels can be independent of each other. So, for example, if you looked at chromosomal sex and at the medical condition of androgen insensitivity syndrome, AIS, these are individuals who have an XY chromosomal makeup, so they're chromosomally male. Genitally, they look female, and they're given girls' names. They're raised from birth as female, and it's only later, usually at puberty, that it's understood that actually these are males who weren't able to make use of androgens like testosterone, so that their bodies remained in the default state of being female. Equally, you can look at medical conditions like congenital adrenal hyperplasia, CAH, girls who are exposed to higher levels of testosterone, again, prenatally, because they have a genetic mutation, and their behavior in terms of their gender identity, they're much more likely to identify as being male. So these are examples of medical conditions from prenatal biology that can change the body, probably the mind and the brain, but we just need to be open to these biological factors. And I've talked about brain sex just at the end, giving the example of autism, that what we find is both males and females with autism are likely to have a type S brain, where their systemizing is at a higher level than their empathy. And again, autism has a genetic component. It also involves a prenatal hormonal component. Here are my conclusions. That there are sex differences in both the brain and the mind, and of course they exist on average, and these may well reflect being brought up in a gender.
Yeah, it's like super wishy-washy to me, I think. It just seems like when you look at lots of different studies, even things that are generally accepted, you still find exceptions. You still find stuff that's like, well, actually, no, it kind of seems like it's the opposite way around.
Gendered culture. These sex differences on average.
Yeah, I mean, like gendered behavior, you start getting into stereotypes. You start working from the stereotypes. It's not the best way of doing things. I'm still confused that he's like, are they full brothers? Hang on, sorry. Tangent. Like, is Sacha Baron Cohen white? Because, like, Simon Baron Cohen looks white as fuck. That's the whitest guy I've ever seen in my life. Like, he looks more kind of ethnic. I don't know how else to say it. Are they full brothers? They're Jewish. I know they're cousins. They're not brothers, they're cousins. Okay, fair enough. I get it now. Don't worry.
There are sex differences in both the brain and the mind. And of course, they exist on average. And these may well reflect being brought up in a gendered culture. These sex differences on average.
Depending on the species, potentially protecting your child, even violently, is a female gendered behavior. If you think about it.
Show overlap.
I'm sure in deer in general, like the male deer is going to be protective over his his baby mamas or whatever, the hinds or does or whatever. And then it's the does that are the ones that if you go anywhere near their kid, they'll fuck you up,
Between the sexes, that they're not binary, but that culture, which...
Yeah, maybe Sasha just looks a bit more that way than Simon does, I don't know.
Is very likely to be having an influence, interacts with our prenatal biology, and that the biological factors exert their effects before culture can shape us. So I'm really arguing for an interactionist view. When I'm arguing for essentialism, I'm saying, let's keep in mind there are some essential factors or biological factors that interact with cultural factors. And I think that the position of arguing for purely cultural factors, which I think Gina's book does do, but I think tonight we may be meeting in the middle, or purely...
So when I control F, it seems to do that bleepy thing. It's not your computer, it's me.
Biological factors are actually quite extreme positions that today in 29...
Yeah. In lions, I guess hunting is more of a feminine activity.
19, the interactionist position is much more moderate. And lastly, that when we think about the terms sex and gender, male and female, we need to think about it in a much more nuanced way across at least those 7 levels of meaning. Thank you very much.
I think we'll probably leave that there for their next, because they have the chance now. Thank you both very, very much. We'll call you on in a moment. Thank you both very, very much for that. I can see that Gina's been scribbling away. You say you agree a lot, but there's clearly a great amount of disagreement too. So it's now your chance to fight back against that for around 5 minutes. So Gina, if you could go back to the...
I was actually scribbling down ideas for the next book, which I think Simon and I ought to write together. Right. Well, one of the things that Simon and I talked about beforehand is that our experience of these events is that very often it's the questions we're asked from the audience which really bring out the issues, and therefore suggested that we wouldn't take the full 5 minutes. And given the amount of time we've already spent, then I probably won't take a full 5 minutes, but I will just draw attention to some key issues that came out in Simon's discussion and perhaps elaboration on some of the things I said. I did actually think when we first proposed this debate that I might be going second, and I cheekily thought to myself, I'm going to count the number of times Simon says on average. And actually that's what I was writing. Absolutely right. We must be very careful to establish that we are talking about differences which are on average. I was intrigued with some of the great data he showed. I'd really like to have seen some more of them, the overlap of the distribution of the data, and some reporting of the effect size. I showed you how overlapping data can result in very tiny differences, which are reported as significantly different, but are almost meaningless in
That's a good point. What does Billboard Steve think about this topic?
terms of telling you much about the two groups who are being compared.
I wonder, whenever I've seen someone mention trans brains to him, I swear he never engages in it, like, at all. And I'm sure, I think it was in one of the Oxford ones, there was that woman that was, like, going on at him about it. And I'm sure afterwards he's like, oh, well, you know, I don't even engage in that kind of stuff because it's silly. It's not that he's wrong, but it sounds to me like he actually just doesn't know fuck all about this kind of thing. And you'd think it'd be quite a good thing to learn about. The problem is it takes a fair amount of effort and you have to listen to a lot of different things to kind of get an idea of how dimorphic brains actually are. And I get the feeling that he probably doesn't actually do much reading or listening to much at all. Why is my light gone off?
And I think that's important to bear in mind, so that when you're reading research in this area, check very carefully that the scientists concerned are talking, acknowledging the fact that they're talking on average differences. Of course, what happens very often is that you present a sort of fairly dense, arcane paper into an even denser, more arcane journal, which earnestly gets read by very few people, perhaps the other people with papers in the journal. But what then happens is, because as universities we're supposed to describe the impact of our research, the marketing team has a look at the paper, picks out a few choice phrases, gets rid of things which they think would be a bit boring, like on average. And then you get a kind of Chinese whispers type effect, where the very careful presentation of data, which Simon has just demonstrated, actually gets diluted, and the message that is conveyed and received, and then of course feeds into the very stereotyped culture that I'm claiming is affecting the brain, is changed. And so I think that's something I would bear in mind, and certainly I cannot in any way criticize the care with which Simon presented those data, but I would say that there should be a kind of government health warning sometimes associated with it. The baby study, the Connellan study, as he said, I did criticise. I'm not the only person who's criticised.
Well, the thing with the trans brain stuff is it kind of necessarily brings up all of the questions about how dimorphic brains are in general. So to me, it's like, you know, it's worth learning this kind of stuff and seeing where you kind of fall, you know?
That there are lots of methodological differences in these different studies, which sometimes people who are really interested in, so what is the answer? They don't want to know, actually, we use this kind of titration or that kind of brain imaging, or we use that kind of statistical procedure. They want to know the answer. And very often the answer is, if this is a robust effect, then let's see it replicated. So I'd love to see the study with babies 24 hours old replicated, because I think it's really important, as Simon said.
Wait, hang on. Sorry, I'm kind of reading stuff as I'm listening. What was it that had a thing about David Reimer? I think it was Gina Rippon's book, wasn't it? Shit. Okay, I wanna compare a couple of things. We're tangenting. Fuck, where did I put it? There it is. Am I gonna get in trouble for this? Am I gonna get in trouble for this? Am I gonna get in trouble for this? So I've been reading this book, and it's very interesting. It's by this woman whose name is Gina Rippon. I'm finding her stuff quite interesting. I was just looking at a study by that Dick Swab person. Okay, I'll just read these two things and compare them. Where's the Dick Swab thing? Yes, his name's Dick Swab. It's ridiculous, I know. Where is it? This one here. Where do we start from? Yeah, so the idea that prenatal hormones have a lasting effect kind of doesn't gel with the idea of neuroplasticity. And then, okay, terrible accidents can offer up evidence in favor of organizational hypothesis. Yeah, buy this book so I'm not being in trouble. I already bought it and I just have a downloaded version for this very purpose. That's what's happened, okay? No one can ever tell anyone otherwise. Just as injuries suffered by Broca's Tan and Harlow's Phineas Gage give early cues about the role of brain and language, executive functioning, memory, a similar kind of unhappy event was studied in the quest to determine whether masculinity or femininity was fixed before birth, with no amount of subsequent socialization apparently being able to divert this predetermined route. We're talking about gender identity here, to be clear. This is a now notorious case of a 7-month-old baby whose penis was damaged beyond repair after a bungled circumcision in 1966. Some 12 months later, on advice from John Money, a psychologist and sexologist, the parents agreed that the child should be raised as a girl. This included removing the boy's testicles and administering female hormones from the age of 18 months. Sex reassignment surgery was also offered for the child, including the construction of a vagina, but the parents refused it. Money believed that gender could be imposed or learned independently of biology. He was convinced that socialization experiences, if they began early enough, could ensure the emergence of an appropriate gender identity. Despite the steer given to the brain by prenatal testosterone, Money believed he could prove that behavior could be reset by determined environmental input. This unfortunate boy offered the perfect way to test his theory, especially as the baby also had an identical twin brother, which offered the ideal control comparison. At the time, the so-called John Joan case, as these were pseudonyms that Money gave the child, Bruce, Brenda, then David Reimer, was hailed as living proof of the success of the reassignment process and the independence of gender from its biological origins. However, in 1997, now aged 31, Brenda went public and revealed a different version of the story. It emerged she had had what she described as an extremely unhappy childhood, very much tied in with confusions about her gender identity and unhappiness with being a girl. There was also disturbing evidence about interactions with John Money and his attempts to ensure that Brenda retained her full female identity, including repeated insistence she should have full sex reassignment surgery. She described how once her original reassignment had been revealed to her when she was 14 years old, she insisted on reverting to her biological sex and renaming herself. Now as David Reimer, he had testosterone injections, a double mastectomy, and penile construction surgery. He remained deeply troubled, was outraged at the discovery that Money was still publishing papers claiming the success of the John Joan experiment. Much has been made of this tragic case as evidence that gender identity has fixed biological origins that cannot be overridden. However, it's crucial to note here that Bruce was actually over 18 months old before any kind of sex or gender reassignment took place, which is time enough for a developing child to have absorbed all kinds of social information, especially as he had an identical twin brother. But the individual difficulties associated with this story mean it can only really remain just that, a story. So yeah, because one person, we're saying that he must have had a male gender identity because we tried to impose a female gender identity on him and it didn't work. But he's already, even at the age of 18 months old, you're already being presented with all kinds of stimuli. You're already kind of learning about the world in your own way, as much as a baby does. And developing in your gender in all kinds of ways. So it doesn't really show much of anything, but this is presenting it. This is presenting it as if programmed gender identity is irreversible. So this one says, this is a Dick Swab study. The irreversibility of programmed gender identity is clearly illustrated in the sad story of John case, i.e. the case of David Reimer. In the concept of behaviorism, it's postulated the child is born as a tabula rasa and is subsequently forced into the male or female direction by society's conventions. Yeah, so I don't know how true I think that this actually is, but I don't think we've actually shown otherwise. I think that the only way to really do this would be to like raise a male child as stereotypically female as you could possibly do from the very day that they're born, and then see if they kind of revert anyway. Although it's true that in humans, self-face recognition appears to emerge at around 18 months of age, which was when they started. And that by the age of 2 to 3, children are able to correctly label themselves and others according to gender. There is no evidence that external or social events might modify these processes. I would argue there's very much possibility for this. Yeah, Dick Swab, we've got like 5 now. Ms. Chief is collecting funny names of people that were involved in like gender shit. So I don't know, if you come up with any more, then let her know, I guess. However, John Money argued gender identity is sufficiently and completely differentiated at birth as to permit successful assignment as a genetic male as a girl. Yeah, so the counter to this is, well, he was already, he was probably raised as a boy the entire time. Probably developing his, preferences, shit like that. So how much is like gender identity actually baked in? Just because we took him at a really, really young age. There was still already so many, you're not really a tabula rasa in the same way as a 24-hour-old baby as you are an 18-month-old child, So this is kind of coming to a pretty strong conclusion based on one person, you know what I mean? According to Money, his child developed as a normal female. Yeah, I'm very suspicious of this kind of claim. Like irreversibility of programmed gender identity. What is programmed gender identity, And like, if he's 18 months old and already absorbing a lot of the world and absorbing, gender because it's in everything, you know what I mean? And certainly would have been, in 1966. That's when this kind of started. So he was born in the 60s, like my dad's age or whatever, or would have been. Like, how do I put this? You'd think that things were like really gendered in like the 60s, you know what I mean? Like if you have a boy child, you're probably giving it like certain toys and certain clothes, everything's blue versus everything's pink. So I don't think we can say that it's actually showing that gender identity is irreversible. And we know that people's gender identities do change. Because people that are trans don't always live their entire lives as if they're the other sex. Sometimes very much not the case, in fact. And it kind of comes on. You've got things like rapid onset gender dysphoria. You've got men getting to middle age and experiencing some kind of fucking midlife crisis, and it manifests like that instead of buying a Porsche or whatever, or a motorbike. You've got people that identify as genderqueer or like gender fluid and stuff. Is that not a gender identity that is prone to change? Yeah, I don't know. I found that interesting. So this seems like, this strikes me as it's quite kind of biased towards a particular school of thought, I guess. So I'm curious as to what else, because I'm trying to find what kind of differences we're specifically pinning down to say these kids have this in the brain, or these people have this in the brain, and they have this gender identity, and it matches even though they're the wrong sex for that gender identity. But it's interesting to find other studies that suggest that actually that's not necessarily a female trait to have a larger this or a smaller that, you know what I mean? And the boy with no penis prospect freaked the parents so much out that they trans the kid. Plus they couldn't hide it because the kid had just went to compare to. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. I just found that interesting. It's interesting that these things are making claims that I can compare with other stuff. I don't really know that I think the John Money thing really confirms anything either way when it comes to gender identity, to be honest. It's easy to come to strong conclusions on things that aren't necessarily there in the same way we're saying. Anyway.
And it would be great to look at the robustness, the strong and stableness of that effect. I was intrigued to see that the
fucking Theresa May memes were like fucking big in March 2019. Jesus Christ.
Early study he reported from Gilmore's lab in 2018 did report differences, because that's in fact the lab I mentioned earlier, where they'd reported quite strong differences, and then 3 years later, using the same kind of techniques, the differences had disappeared. It's the same lab. So it's very interesting that even within the same lab, this isn't a consistent report that's coming out. And I think that's important to remember, because again, people have a very fixed belief about they've got a male brain or a female brain, and you will get statements. Decades of neuroscience research has proved that men's brains are different from women's brains. They don't say on average, and the message that difference is conveying is sometimes lost. So I think what Simon has said, great data, be careful of the message that's getting out there. Some really very intriguing findings of genetics and hormones, which will really push the story forward. But I would come back to the very flexibility of the terms male and female, which he himself, I would suggest, perhaps got us confused about in the beginning, and has acknowledged the fact that those terms mean different things in different contexts. And because that term male and female actually conveys something different to different people, maybe we should think about it quite carefully and be really clear that, are we talking about the brains from men, or are we talking about male brains, and acknowledging that that might be different? So I think that's important to note. The only other thing I would say, that still the idea that we're looking at sex differences can be very limiting. Quite recently, last 3 years or so, funders of research in the States have insisted that, for example, looking at a very basic research into pharmacology, drug effects in individuals, previously have only been demonstrated or developed on male, what we call animal models, on males. Females are complicated, and therefore let's just focus on males. There was a difference with a particular drug, which appeared to cause quite strong side effects in females, because they appeared to be overdosing, because
you know, I think I want to look a bit more at this, actually. There's quite a few interesting things going on. There's some stuff about like brain differences. I don't know what these parts of the brains are. It's always, that's the other thing. That's another thing that came up in that article that we read, was that often these studies are all finding different parts of the brain and saying, well, this part's different, this part's different, this part looks more feminine, this part looks more feminine, there's different parts. That isn't really a replication of another study. They're all finding different things. And again, other ones might be finding the same thing actually doesn't look feminine in their sample. There's some interesting stuff here. Hang on. There we go. If I do it like this, that looks better. Yeah, transsexuality. There is a vast array of factors that may lead to gender problems. Twin and family research has shown that genetic factors play a part. Rare chromosomal anomalies may lead to transsexuality. It was recently found that polymorphisms of genes for whatever those are also produce an increased risk. Abnormal hormone levels during early development may play a role. So again, we see this kind of thing a lot. I've never seen this substantiated very well. As suggested by the high frequency of polycystic ovaries. What? How do I? Dude, when I was a letting agent, I have to read out like African and like Indian names and stuff, and I'd always just kind of say it over and over until I got it. But I feel like I write moron. Oligomenorrhea. So supposedly in trans men, we're seeing increased prevalence of things like polycystic ovaries, which has like masculinizing effects or tends to. But then that becomes like very chicken and the egg. They already have PCOS. That's kind of masculinizing them. Does that not perhaps inform their gender identity potentially? Or then this would be infrequent periods. Might that also inform your gender identity? You know, periods being a pretty universal female experience. And certainly a very significant one compared to men, you know. Then amenorrhea. What's amenorrhea? Let me just find out. This all seems like it could go either way round, if that makes sense. Absence of menstruation. Yeah, again. Yeah, I'm unsure about this. I feel like this could go either way around. These kind of things could inform you, you know. I'm not experiencing this or that every other woman is, that I know. Like, what's wrong with me? Or I'm developing like things like facial hair and shit like that. I've got higher testosterone because of PCOS and stuff like that. This observation suggests early intrauterine exposure of the female fetus to abnormally high levels of testosterone. A recent study did not confirm a significantly increased prevalence of PCOS. However, there was significantly higher prevalence of hyperandrogenism in FTM transsexuals. Could this be accounting for PCOS isn't masculinizing? Doesn't it result in things like facial hair? Because it's like higher testosterone. People call it like intersex. Yeah, excess body hair. That's masculinizing. I'd say that's masculinizing. And yeah, it says something about hyperandrogenism. Wouldn't that suggest that they were like butch lesbians? And then it depends what they mean, I guess. If they mean like medically or like appearance-wise or whatever. Also indicating the possible involvement of high testosterone levels in transsexuality. A girl with CAH who has been exposed to extreme levels of testosterone in utero will also have an increased chance of becoming transsexual. Yeah, how much of this is like gender stuff? How much of this is like loading the dice in that you're out of like gender norms because you either have high testosterone or are subject to it or aren't having the same experience as most girls, you know? I do wonder how much none of your exes with PCOS had body hair. Well, things like this affect people differently. But I mean, if you've got higher levels of testosterone, then that's going to masculinize you at least a little bit, potentially. And then you tend to get things like acne, like a lot of FTMs you see, like it kind of fucks their skin up, unfortunately. Because of the testosterone they're taking. Yeah, I don't know. Does it make sense what I'm saying? It does kind of seem like one could inform the other. Like maybe it's not that trans is something that you're more likely to be because you're female and there were high levels of testosterone. Maybe it's more the way that we gender people. Maybe it's more the way that we kind of assume common experiences and like, oh, every girl gets a period. Well, one or two of them are going to get like none, you know what I mean? Is that going to make them feel like they might be more male? I don't know. Maybe someone knows what I'm talking about. I can't tell if I'm making any fucking sense, to be honest. But I'm always very suspicious of stuff like that because it's difficult to know which way round it goes. I mean, I still lean to that trans is like overwhelmingly like a social thing. And things like this would alter your like social experience. And where gender is so prevalent in society, it's gonna inform that, if that makes sense. I don't know. Someone tell me if I'm just talking out of shit. Although the likelihood of transsexuality developing in such cases is 300 to 1,000 greater than normal, the risk of transsexuality in CAH is still only 1 to 3%. It's still very rare. Consensus, therefore, is that girls with CAH should be raised as girls, even if they are masculinized. Epileptic women who are given phenobarbital or rifampicin during pregnancy have an increased risk of giving birth to a transsexual child. DES sons theory. On the DES sons website, they claim that transsexuality occurs in 35.5%, a gender problem in 14% of the DES cases. This is alarming, but needs, of course, to be confirmed in a formal study. There are no indications that postnatal social factors could be responsible for the occurrence of transsexuality. Only in 23% of cases does a childhood gender problem lead to transsexuality in adulthood. Oh, this is the, this is interesting. This is the Steensma thing, isn't it? So you'll get a lot of kids that will report like gender dysphoria. And then according to quite a few of these studies, they'll go through puberty and then kind of reverse on that and just kind of carry on as normal. Which is another thing that's evidence against the idea that we should transition kids. We'll have a look at this quickly too. Transsexuality in the brain. Based on the fact that differentiation of sexual organs takes place in the first couple months of pregnancy before the sexual differentiation of the brain. As these processes have different timetables, it is possible in principle that they take different routes, under the influence of different factors. This is the case one might expect to find in transsexuals, female structures in a male brain and vice versa. And again, we've already been talking about dimorphism. To what extent do female structures in a male brain even exist? Or are they just two averages? And quite possibly what accounts for a lot of them is just overall brain size, you know? Vice versa. Indeed, we did find such reversals in the BTSC. This is the BSTC, sorry. This is the Zhao et al. Thing. And in the NAAH3, I don't know what this is. Oh, I wouldn't know if a woman had like PCOS or something for sure. Wait, the first thing that comes up is homosexuality. So is this one of those things where it's like they find this kind of thing very different in trans people, but then when they adjust for homosexuality, it kind of disappears a little bit. The third interstitial nucleus of the anterior hypothalamus. Supposedly larger in men than women. Here's something I wonder. Let me just search this in this. It's gonna do a thing again. Oh, it's not mentioned in here. Fair enough. Yeah, so this is something that I think is more accepted to have a difference. Wikipedia file suggests that it's larger in heterosexual males than homosexual males. Interestingly. So this study here. Excuse me, sorry. Sorry, I'm just making a few notes. Bear with me if it stops for a sec. Difference in hypothalamic structure between heterosexual and homosexual men. We get full text. Fuck's sake. Okay, so I can't get the full text of this one. Shit, what was the other one I had saved? I think it was like Sarah Burke or something. What was this one? This does not mention it once. So I'm sure this one... Hang on. We're looking. I really thought I was like talking on mute for a second, and fuck me, dude. So this one suggested that sexual orientation, when controlled for, actually lessened the differences or accounted for some of the differences in trans people. Yeah. After controlling for sexual orientation, the transgender group showed sex-typical FA values. What was FA? Fractional anisotropy. So does this have anything to do with INAH? Because this is something that's probably worth me at least putting a bit of attention towards when I write my thing. Describes the degree of anisotropy of a diffusion process. Jesus. White matter integrity. I don't know. Someone needs to explain this to me like I'm 5. I can't find anything. What does anisotropy mean? Anisotropy? Am I saying it wrong? I don't know. If anyone knows what the fuck I'm looking at here. Okay, hang on. So things that are directional. I don't know. Someone who's watching who has me on Discord, please explain this to me like I'm 5. But apparently this is something that, when controlled for using homosexuality, there's not much difference except in very specific things. Again, suggesting the trans brain thing is only so strong. And yeah, the BSTC thing, I know about that. Found a clear difference between in the human BSTC and in a INAH3. In relation to sexual orientation, no difference was found with BSTC. I think it was this one. Same is true of the ANA8. Am I still on the same one? Yeah, this is suggesting that the INAH3 is like smaller in homosexual men and then even smaller in trans women. And then they found one single FTM that had male looking, whatever they were. But like, what does this actually mean? What is this influencing that is potentially causing someone to be trans based on the size of it? You know what I mean? Does not become apparent until early adulthood. Wait. Seems odd that they'd say that hormones aren't playing a role in this being a different size when it doesn't really start differentiating until early adulthood. And yeah, cannot be used for early diagnosis of transsexualism. I mean, this all sounds like a terrible idea, you know what I mean? Like using parts of the brain that look apparently different in some trans people and diagnosing people. And then it varies from person to person. Sexual orientation. Oh, this is the LeVay thing. So in 91, LeVay reported that homosexual men, just like heterosexual women, have a smaller volume of frontal part of the hypothalamus. Alan Gorski reported anterior commissure of homosexual men is larger than that of heterosexual men. No difference is found in the BSTC. So this is saying that like 2 parts of the brain seem smaller in trans women. And there's some level of like supposed sexual dimorphism in these parts. I think I need to do more research and try and find more information on that. And then I suppose the other thing is, like, what actually causes these things to be larger or smaller? I don't know. It's starting to hurt my brain, to be honest.
There hadn't been any allowance, obviously, developing this drug on male models for that difference. And therefore, we're now being mandated by funders in the States that sex as a biological variable should be part of anybody's research unless they've got a very good reason for that not to happen. I'm just mentioning that because the idea that sex is a biological variable, only a biological variable, could well be confusing, and it could well introduce some of the confusions that Simon and I generally agree on, but sometimes disagree on. I would point out with that study that it was assumed that there was a difference between males and females in the washout rate of the drug. What it actually then, and that had a knock-on effect on the prescription levels that were being given to male and females. It then turned out that actually it was effect of body weight and of blood volume. And therefore, actually, a third of the men who were being tested were also overdosing on the drug. So this is an idea that this is a male-female difference. When you looked at it with a different variable in mind, that difference disappeared, and the difference that did appear as significant was actually more important to remember. So I think, again, the aspect of the male and female is something we need to remember, something we need to be careful about, and be careful that it's not limiting us. We've got this kind of spotlight effect where we're looking for differences, we home in on differences, we find differences, we report differences, and around all the data that we've got, there are all sorts of other interesting things going on which we might miss. But I think Simon certainly gave you lots and lots to think about, gave me lots to think about, and we'll see what it did to your voting tendencies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Simon, I'm going to keep you to a strict 5 minutes so that we can make sure we get to questions. So your chance to...
Where I, again, want to agree with Gina is in her statement that we are all different and it's not a function of our sex or our gender. And many of you will have heard of the term neurodiversity, which is a term widely used now in the autism community, but I think we can expand it out to the general population. We are all different in our brain structure, our brain function, and our development. And that some of the profiles that we've seen that I was talking about just illustrate some of that diversity. The second thing is about stereotyping. You know, some of the findings that come out of our lab, I think, argue against stereotyping because you can have males, that's to say chromosomally male, who have a female profile, that's to say their empathy is at a higher level than their systemizing. And you can have females who have a so-called male profile, which is psychometrically defined, where your systemizing is higher than your empathy. So to prejudge an individual on the basis of their chromosomal sex, being male or female, would be stereotyping. You can't infer anything about the male or female candidate that walks into the interview on the basis of their sex or gender. You'd have to look at their unique profile. They may be typical or atypical for their sex. A second point I'd make is that we are here in an institution for science, and so we're asking deep scientific questions of are there differences at birth between males and females on average, or even prenatally. I think those questions have a place in science, and asking those questions doesn't have to have any bearing on the kind of society that we want. So when we're thinking about our society in all walks of life, we may aspire, as I do, and I'm sure Gina does, and I'm sure all of you do, for a society that's based on equality, that we want all of our institutions, all of our professions, all walks of life to be equal in terms of male and female representation. But that's to do with our values, our social values and our aspirations. And that shouldn't prevent us from asking these interesting scientific questions. A third point that Gina made was about the need for replication, and science hinges on replication. The newborn baby study, where you're looking at a face or a geometric design, has only been done once. It's quite a challenging study to do because you have to be on the maternity ward at 3 o'clock in the morning, which is when babies tend to get born, and before the mother is discharged by breakfast. So we did that study in 2001. I would love to see it replicated because science hinges on independent replication. The fact that it hasn't been replicated doesn't mean that it's invalid. We just have to wait for independent groups to come along. Gina's last point was that sometimes you find an average sex difference, sometimes you don't, even in the Gilmore lab. And the trick that scientists have to guard against these changing findings is to do what's called meta-analysis. You wait till there are enough studies and you look across many, many studies, sometimes dozens, sometimes hundreds, to see what emerges from a meta-analysis. And in the sex differences literature, that has been done. And that gives us a bit more confidence that on balance, we're seeing average sex differences in certain brain regions, even if they're not always popping up in every individual study. And often, if they don't pop up, it's an issue to do with sample size. You need big data to see some of these small effects. The last point that Gina made was, even if you do find differences, are they just meaningless? They might be small and meaningless. Well, we just don't know what the meaning of those sex differences are. And we should certainly not...
Very important point, by the way. We don't really know what almost any of this shit means.
...not draw conclusions that one sex is superior or more intelligent. None of the data shows that. But we might still be seeing differences, and we don't know what those differences might mean. Okay.
Thank you both very much. Thank you for removing the podium. I'm sure you have all got lots of questions. I certainly have, but it's not my turn to ask them. Thank you. You've both given us a huge amount to think about. And I hope also I might get the results of the vote when you came in so that I can read those both out at the end. So we're waiting for those while you raise your hands high. And we've got roving mics. So we'll just start here. And as I
How does a trans person verify an internal subjective experience without relying on stereotype? I'm not sure. You might have to word it in a way in which you're talking to me like I'm 5, because my brain is hurting from all this, to be honest.
said, can you be quite concise with your questions so that we can get through lots? It looks like we've got a lot. We've got around 15 or so minutes to get those in.
Can both speakers please address Gina's contention about the James Damore memo and the Larry Summers controversy and the potential differences at the extremes of achievement in things like engineering or science, and the conclusion Gina made, which it seemed to me and others to be a misrepresentation about the conclusions made. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll start with Gina.
I think you're talking about that so-called greater male variability hypothesis. It's more geniuses and idiots in the male population. Not my words, I promise. Geniuses and more idiots. Yeah, that's right. Yes. And that's been one of the focus, strangely enough, has been on the right-hand side. Let's have a look at the increased number of male geniuses. And then really what we're saying is that seems to be a kind of fixed effect and an explanation for why there are so many more male Nobel Prize winners, et cetera, et cetera. Looking at the kind of big data and meta-analyses that Simon's drawn attention to has demonstrated that variability has not stood the test of time or the test of large amounts of data analysis. It varies in different cultures, within cultures, across time, etc. But it's a very strong belief, and it's a belief that Larry Summers specifically related to, and 3 standard deviations above the mean that that you were likely to find at the top end. I think again that's very much to do with cultural effects as well. So just to say the statistical backing of that has not stood the test of time. Sorry.
So I think when individuals make remarks about males and females being more intelligent, or particularly the physicist at CERN who made that remark, those are very extreme statements, and he was quite correctly the public response and the scientific response was to say that those were not just inappropriate but invalid statements. I think the science, whether you're a social scientist or a biological sciences, is simply showing these average differences. The fact that if you looked at the Fields Medal, which is the equivalent of the Nobel Prize in mathematics, most of the winners have been male, tells us nothing, because many universities didn't even give women the opportunity to study mathematics or physics or some of the STEM subjects until the 1940s, my university included. So there are questions, but we have to be very cautious in how we interpret some of that evidence.
Thank you both. Okay, if we go to this lady here in the second row.
Hi. This is mainly for Simon. You encourage nuance, so why do you use the terms male and female brain when you've said in your book that not all men have a male brain, not all women have a female brain? Is that not reductive to do so? I've worked in the news media for some time.
Yeah, it's Simon Baron-Cohen.
And I'm aware that, when papers such as yours at the end of last year reported nuance and caveats are lost. And as you showed, there was quite a wide overlap between the emphasizing and systemizing brains.
Sure. So, I'm using the term male brain and female brain defined psychometrically, which simply means you take some psychological tests, and if the difference between your score on one test and the other is a significant difference, you're in one category, type E or type S, and I call those the female or the male brain, just because there are more women that show the type E, but it's not all women. It's about 40% compared to 20% of men, and
more.
Still
60% that aren't.
Exactly. So there are lots of people who overlap, and that's exactly what we would expect if you're looking at these bell curves, where the majority of the population are overlapping. What we're identifying is small sex differences. We can talk about the effect size, or how big are those sex differences. And we can talk about terminology. I could equally call it type E and type S, less controversially, but they are associated with differences in the frequency in males and females.
I think you might have asked the question for the ladies above you already, because they're nodding, nodding hugely.
Yeah.
This lady here in the fifth row, and then we'll come to you afterwards. Let's go here afterwards.
Sorry, just to bounce back on that, do people score differently on E and S throughout their life? Like, I'm thinking maybe once a woman has had children, maybe she'll be more E than she was before, or something like that?
Yeah. So, Gina made the point that we have plasticity, and I would completely agree. Our brains are not fixed. So it could well be that either under the experience of having children, or under the hormonal change of having children, we don't know what the relevant variable is. There might be changes in how easily you empathize or how strongly you're interested in systems. So change across lifespan is not precluded from this kind of approach.
Yeah, let's go to you. Yes, in the second row, and then.
Hi, Simon. You said at the end of your retort that this wasn't clear what it actually meant, these differences, and I think it's extremely important.
Yeah.
And I think this hunt for differences between male and female brains, as Gina has laid out in her book and others have in their books and papers, has been going on for centuries.
Yeah.
And if I didn't misread it in your book, you also make some meaning of that by implying that certain professions are more suitable for female brains or male brains. And I think that is very consequential.
Sure. So if I could reply to that.
I think it's only fair.
Is that okay? So, if you're going to be working in an occupation that is people-centered, it would probably be better if you had a type E sort of brain, where you're able to pick up on the other person's emotions, thoughts, and perspectives very easily. So that's about the type of profile you have, I call it the brain type that you have, but that's nothing to do with whether you're male or female. And I've made the point repeatedly, not just in the book, but tonight, that you could be male chromosomally with a female brain. You might make a fantastic psychotherapist, for example, because you're easily able to tune into the other person's emotions. Equally, you could be chromosomally female and make a fantastic physicist or car mechanic because you can very quickly understand a system. And the fact that you can have one type of brain in another type of body shows how we can use the terms male and female very differently across these 7 levels.
I think I'd just briefly say to that, yes, I agree, but it comes back to using the terms male and female and the downstream consequences of that for what people believe. And I think that, in a way that intersects with the statements by the Google memo and et cetera. And I think because we get the self-fulfilling prophecy, because if you have a belief that you're a female and therefore there are things you can't do, you won't do those things, your brain won't be exposed to those kind of experiences. And I think that's where, the labels are important and what they mean to other people. This is why I added in, this is not just about the science, it's about the communication of the science.
Okay. Yeah, that gentleman in the middle. In the middle of the back row there. Yeah, if you could pass the microphone to him. And we'll come to the back for the next questions.
I appreciate it.
For the next questions.
Thank you very much. My question mainly for Gina. You argued quite a bit against biology playing a major role, or those differences being quite small that we see in biology, and kind of just implied that the sociological differences or the expectations of society would be particularly relevant. Also, and that's just your last answer right now. I'm aware of a couple of experiments like this where you tell a certain gender that they're worse in one thing and then they actually score worse in this particular task. But overall, on an aggregate basis across countries, one thing that's has been made quite popular by people like Jordan Peterson is this Nordic gender paradox, where you see that in countries like the Nordics, you don't see smaller differences in interests, but more larger differences in interests compared to countries maybe like India, where you have where women objectively don't have the same opportunities.
Yeah.
So what gives you comfort in your thesis that...
That's actually quite a long question and lots of things in there. First of all, if I gave the impression that I think biology isn't important, that's certainly not the message I meant to give. What I was saying is that, is it always biology in the driving seat, or is it biology being driven? And I think that's perhaps the message I'd like to get out. The idea about, I think you're talking about the gender paradox, that in more gender equal, in inverted commas, countries, for example, the gender gap in representation in science is greater. And it's an interesting how the narrative's changed a bit. There's, when women have the choice because economically they don't have to go into high paying jobs like science, then they choose to go off and be painters, I think was one of the examples I came across. But that, of course, assumes that, for example, science is welcoming, that science has lots of role models for women, that women can see themselves progressing, belonging in science. So I think that is an aspect where the social context of choices which may well affect your biology are important.
Yeah. And I would agree with you, Gina, that we need to have more role models of both genders in science. We need to take into account and recognise that there are real influences of these stereotypes. We need to be very careful about language, but that doesn't mean that we should ignore possible differences that exist between males and females on average before culture has had a role.
It's very polite debating, you two. Let's go to the top. Lots of people at the top. Is there a mic near you? Okay, yeah, there, thank you.
Hi, I don't know if it's statistically relevant, but chromosomal variation, does that lend anything to the inquiry? Is it worth sort of seeing what comes out of, studies in particular for people who don't have the binary XX or XY?
Do you want to go first?
Sure. Probably the best well-studied is Turner's syndrome. It's not a medical condition where you just have one X chromosome and a missing second X chromosome. And so these girls can be separated into whether they got their X chromosome from their mother or their father, and do show differences later in life on tests of social understanding. So that would imply that genes on the sex chromosomes, particularly the X chromosome, and the parent of origin of that sex chromosome may be having long-term effects on your interests. By the way, the other thing I wanted to mention in all this is about interests rather than aptitudes. It's been mentioned, that in Nordic countries, women may now be pursuing careers that reflect their interests. The same is true in preschool and in playgroups and in primary schools. That what we may be seeing when we see the sexes diverging on average is simply a difference in patterns of interest. The newborn baby study wasn't about aptitude, but it was, what do you choose to look at more, a face or a...
Yeah, this study I'm really unconvinced by, I'm going to be honest.
Geometric design. And when you think about any group of kids in a primary school or in a toddler group, you will find some kids are making a beeline for objects and playing in a solitary way, and other kids are making a beeline for the peer group and playing in small groups and making a lot of eye contact. Of course, autistic children may be an extreme of that, where they get over-focused on objects and pay very little time to people's faces. And these are just reflecting differences in interest. I don't put any value judgment on a child who wants to spend all their time with Lego bricks and not looking at faces, or vice versa. They just reflect differences in interests.
I noticed that Simon's very careful not to use the term boys and girls. Great.
Of course, of course.
There's lots of people up here, I think, jumping around. Yes.
And then been replicated, yeah.
You keep it quick, because I want to try and fit in.
I'll try and be speedy.
Thank you.
I think Gina's actually already sort of touched upon the point, but just...
Yeah, I don't know, like, when I was at school, all the fucking boys played, like, football and shit. It was kind of social in its own way, but it was more about, like, physical activity and, like, competition and stuff.
Curious how you feel about...
But then, like, do you control for, like, how they're raised and, like, shit like that? It's hard to say. I need to see the actual study, to be honest.
The list of the causes of sex differences, and you said Gina kind of sides towards the top and you more towards the bottom, that the scientific studies that you publish then inform cultural influences, and I've heard them used frequently for justifications of different treatments of people, and how you can ever truly prove an essential difference unless your publications aren't published. Without the influence of them, how can we truly see what the effect of nature versus nurture is?
Well, I think you're never going to be able to truly see it unless you can do some kind of weird thought experiment. One of the interesting ways that people are now looking at, instead of looking for differences, is actually looking at dimensions and, for example, psychological characteristics.
Am I suggesting blank slate theory has merit? I'm not sure. I'm not blown away by the kind of biology is destiny stuff. When you look at, like, studies that find different areas of the brain and different sizes and shit, there's, like, so much overlap, and it's impossible to know what any of that shit actually means. I don't know. I think you have to, like, pay attention to, like, nurture as well as nature.
There's a lovely paper, I think it's called Are We All From Earth? Or I can't remember what it's called now, but effectively it's taking well-known differences between men and women and say, do they actually work better if you put them on a dimension? And thinking about the kind of behaviours that we're interested in actually might be better if we get away from this difference argument.
Just a brief response, that when I listed the different possible influences on sex differences or brain development, and I put the two social ones at the top, that wasn't to say that the list is in order of importance. Parental expectations and gendered expectations and so forth are probably having just as much an effect as some of the biological factors that I listed, maybe even more, could even be
I don't think anyone's denying the nature side. But like how much of it can be down to like brain differences? How much can we say that brains are like socially, sexually dimorphic? You know?
Swamping the effects of the biology, but we can try at least to measure all of them.
I'm going to take one more from you, Gap.
Hi. Firstly, thank you so much for tonight. I've conducted academic research on the perceived differences of women in software engineering myself. So I've found a lot of these topics and sort of insights really interesting. I wondered whether you know of any research that's been done into kind of brain matter differences or hormone level differences in those who identify as non-binary.
Which one of you? Do you want to?
Yes. Do I know of any studies? Yes, is the answer. It's an area of intense interest, and there are indeed studies. But some of the methodological issues, the nature of the population, the size of the sample that you get, the different experiences that individuals will have had, can be confounding factors. So they're very difficult research to carry out, but it has been carried out.
Yeah, I can't comment on individual studies of so-called non-binary individuals, but I do welcome the term non-binary, just to open our minds to the fact that when we've looked at any of these different dimensions, very few of them are categorical. You might argue chromosomal sex is categorical. You either have two X's or an X and a Y. But pretty much all the other levels that we were talking about, including brain sex, are dimensional. And so non-binary, and individuals could end up anywhere on a dimension or a spectrum.
I'm so sorry, because I know there are so many questions, and that's because these two have given us a huge amount to think about in the last hour and a half. But we have to draw it to a close. I'm just going to tell you how you voted as you came in. So again, the motion was men and women do not have essentially different brains. For that were 109 of you. Against that were 118 of you. And 74 of you didn't know. So incredibly close. And now we get to see, as I said, very polite, but two very, ultimately fundamentally different arguments here to see whether you've changed your mind. So if you are for the argument, men and women do not have essentially different brains, as argued by Gina, can you put your hands up really high? Okay, that looks like a pretty, okay. And if you are against, put your hands up very high.
It's binary.
I think it'd be fair to say probably still very similar, but I think the balance might have been just tipped in favour of for. Just tell me quickly, who changed their minds over the course of the evening?
Well done.
A very small amount of people.
That's the trouble with self-report.
Thank you all very, very much indeed, and thank you both so much. Really, a huge brain exercise.
We have different brains. There's an awful lot of stuff out there that kind of suggests otherwise. Individuals have different brains. I don't know how much reading you've done on this, and you came in halfway through, so I don't really know where to go with that. But yeah, I don't know. It's an awful lot of listening to and reading stuff. I'm quite brain broken right now. And I guess I have to keep going. I don't know. I mean, if we have different brains, does that mean that particularly a feminine or feminine male person might have a female brain? Is that what you're saying? Does that mean there's such thing as like a female brain and a male body? I just don't think that exists, like at all, really. I don't think female and male brains are really a thing. Myself. Yeah, what's all this shit? Why have I got so much stuff? Why have I got so much stuff? And the thing is, like, even if there are some like broad differences between male and female brains, like how much does like plasticity kind of negate all of that? Because all kinds of things affect like your brain structure. PCOS, don't really need that. We're looking at this, we're looking at... Yeah, oh, the cortical thickness thing. I think it was actually, no, there was a graph on this. Like even the stuff that tends to be quite established and often accepted as a difference. So this was, where was cortical thickness? Regional cortical volumes. Yeah, on this it suggests that it really varies, and that's what I saw in that other study. Oh, and this as well. So this was sex gender difference in cortical thickness. So quite a few of them found little difference. Some found like male differences. Well, yeah, how do you determine how sexually dimorphic a brain is? Like you look at how it is physically, how like averages work out. Like the thing with, I don't know, you look at like behavior and like things like that, but it's difficult to determine how much of someone's behavior is about genetics and biology and how much of it is about, you know, experiences and what they learn. I mean, brains kind of take in information and like predict things based on experience and stuff like that. So I actually do think it's much more about experiences and what you learn and things like that. I think there probably is like predispositions. Like the idea of like the male brain and the female brain, I just don't think has much merit. And like you look at, there's something like this, like there seems to be this idea that cortical thickness is generally higher in females. On average, women had 20% more grey matter and men 20% more white matter. Can't remember if this covers this as well. A lot of that stuff, this is subcortical structural volumes, a lot of that stuff really varies. You could probably find studies that say that, and you could probably find studies that say the opposite. What I find is usually it really varies. Does the structure of the brain need to be much different for it to be doing different things? Well, how else are you measuring like sexual dimorphism in brains? How do you establish that they're sexually dimorphic if not by things like structure and that? If the structures are the same, then how sexually dimorphic are you in terms of your brain? Yeah, I don't know. The thing is, you have to look through so many things. And like then what does any of this even mean? You know? I don't know. If there's other ways of if there's other metrics to use to determine like brains being sexually dimorphic, then I'm open to it, but Yeah, most stuff seems like on average. Like men and women's brains are wired differently. What does that mean? Like stuff like I find this kind of stuff very suspicious. And like how much crossover is there with these kind of things as well? Yeah, we saw stuff about like spatial processing. It was like, what was it? Rotational, something like that. Fast. In different parts of the brain, depending on who it is. Different parts of the brain are responsible for different things. There's little, you know, to an extent, there's this part does this, but yeah, I don't know. I'm still learning a lot of stuff. This was BSTC. So this apparently is one of the more reliable, you know, one's larger than the other. You know, I need to stop in a minute. My brain is like actually shutting down. Yeah, at least some of the stuff I'm looking at kind of suggests that stuff like gray matter, etc. A lot of it's just to do with brain size. Oh, what was this? Oh, I need to. I didn't have that. I wasn't showing that. No one knows that I have that on my computer. I downloaded an ebook. Let's just go with that. When was it? Yeah, I mean, more than anything, it's kind of not a great idea to come to super strong conclusions on a lot of this shit. Yeah, I don't know. I think I need to pick this up tomorrow. I'm tired. It's an awful lot to go through. So, yeah, I don't know. I think there's a lot of differences that have a lot of different kind of potential factors. Yeah, that's about it. Probably about it. I should really stop. I'm barely making any sense anymore. I'll come back tomorrow and see what I want to look at. I've got some stuff written down because this is all in service of like trans brains shit ultimately. Yeah, there's loads of crossover. That's the thing. There's an awful lot of crossover. There are certain patterns, and how many of the patterns are ultimately explainable by just men having bigger, what are they called? Brains in general. That's the one. And yeah, this is all in service of I'm working out some stuff about trans brains and hopefully recording something as soon as I can. I need to actually write things first. So that's really what the thrust of it is. Like, to start with, I don't really think a female brain exists. I think there are averages that are more and less, you know what I mean? Well, it's not biasing me. That this is what I'm like working on. Like, if you can't conclusively say there's such thing as a male or female brain, how can you say that you can have a male or female brain in the other body? Like, you kind of can't. You just have something that might, on average, look a bit more like one than the other, when one and the other are just averages anyway, with a huge amount of crossover. So that's kind of the whole point, really. Like, I just don't see strong evidence that brains are that sexually dimorphic. I think there's just averages. And saying, well, my brain averages more towards female than male isn't really saying much of anything. Because you've got plenty of men that probably aren't very skewed towards the average male, yet still are the most manly man you might ever meet, you know what I mean? There's just not, if there's not strong enough evidence that brains are male or female, then that kind of informs a lot of what I'm talking about when I say that I don't think brains are really that much worth focusing on when it comes to like trans, you know what I mean? So it's kind of, if I'm coming in with a bias, then maybe, but it's a case of, well, if there's not strong evidence, if there's a lot of doubt, then the way we're talking about it is fundamentally not very good. And also it's very easy to clickbait things about, you don't have a female brain in your male body, that kind of shit. There needs to be kind of a hook, you know what I mean? So I guess some level of bias you kind of accept in return for something that is hopefully more compelling to look at in the first place, if that makes sense. But yeah, anyway, I guess I'll probably pick this up tomorrow. I'll work out what else I want to look at, because this is just kind of one piece of the puzzle, you know. And we watch Tristan. There is a clip of him talking about trans brains. I have so many. This is what sparked me. It was just finding so many different people saying the same shit.
And what we found is in the majority of people who are trans, e.g., if you're trans woman.
Hi, short fat otaku. Just to warn you, I'm stopping very shortly.
When their brain.
Thanks for watching my video, though. I know I'm like kind of grumpy and I shit on people, but it's coming from a good place, maybe. Hopefully. I like you more than I like Niara VT. Is that helpful?
Have been scanned. They've shown the markers, indicating a female brain.
Yeah, this is the kind of shit I'm talking about, and this is just one example, of course. It's the way people talk about it that has like really set me off on this. Like, does a female brain even really exist? And if not, why are so many people saying this kind of thing? I have so many of these fucking clips. What's another fun one, just quickly? I've got First Amender.
Reason why I should.
What about the neurobiologists?
What about them? All you
yeah,
do
the
is
neurobiologists acknowledge the difference between trans people. They understand that that exists.
Doesn't even prove your point.
What about?
It's a bit less good. I don't know.
That are preventing resolution. Number one, please stop saying things like gender is a social construct. No, it is not. It is a biological construct. Society can't turn you trans any more than it.
All this is to say, so we need a third word then for the societal concept of like masculine and feminine, because it's not gender after all, because this guy says it's biological. I don't know why people feel compelled to say stuff like this. It's not very helpful.
It can turn you gay. Gender is determined biologically. It is simply that, again.
I actually think your surroundings could potentially influence you towards, you know, wanting to fuck men. I think that can happen.
Gender is not determined merely by the sex chromosomes and is an incredibly complex neurochemical phenomenon. So let's talk about.
We just do not have evidence to say this kind of shit. You just can't say this kind of shit. What was this one? That was a Matt Walsh guess.
When I was 16 in an anatomy class, when I learned that transgender people tend to have the brain structure that confirms their identity that they identify with.
I will look that up.
Yeah, it's a fact.
Yeah, gender being entirely biologically determined is very stupid.
I will look that up and I won't find it. It's not a fact.
Oh.
It's not a fact. You're saying a trans man has the brain of a woman?
No.
At least you didn't say that much.
I'm saying that a trans man who identifies as a man will tend to have similar brain structure that a cis man would.
That big meta study that people like Amanda use completely contradicts this, by the way. You only really see a lot of these differences in trans women.
And where did you get that from?
Look it up. It's literally, I'm telling you, I learned it from my anatomy class.
Got lots of these. What was this one?
And anthropologists agree that biological sex and gender share a relationship, but this relationship ends when one's internal biology counters that cultural expectation. For example, some individuals may experience what's known as gender dysphoria. This is where one's gender is unrelated to one's biological sex. So there's a mismatch between one's sex and one's.
This doesn't make any fucking sense to say either. Like, your gender isn't unrelated to your biological sex. Like, it's related. It's an extreme, like, dislike and rejection of your sex, you know? You can't say that's unrelated.
Related to one's biological sex. So there's a mismatch between one's sex and one's gender. In simple terms, most cases of gender dysphoria work like this. One may be born with one biological sex, but their brain is more like the opposite sex.
Actually kill me.
Sadly, these...
Who is this? Actually, who is this? I don't remember this fucking clip. Brief brain snacks. Who the fuck is Brief Brain Snacks? Oh, they've got like 7K subscribers. Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why. I don't remember when this video is from. Oh, 6 years ago. Yeah, I think that's the dumbest one yet. That's an insane thing to say.
Biological sex, but their brain is more like the opposite sex. Sadly, these differences in gender have been misunderstood both inside and outside of the scientific community.
Yeah, you're not helping, babes. You're not helping. What else do I have? Oh, we got Mike Brigandy. We got a couple of Billboard Steve fucking guests. Oh, powered by rainbows. He used to talk about this shit all the time.
So how does being transgender work? A person's gender identity is determined long before they are born. We know that a person's sex
complete bollocks. It's just completely untrue. What the fuck do you mean?
Is determined by their father's sperm cell when it meets their mother's egg in the womb. But that's when scientists have discovered the brain and the body of the fetus can go in two different directions on gender.
There is just nowhere near enough the kind of evidence you need to substantiate this. Absolutely crazy. This guy did a video about me once, but it was like, he did this like puppet thing. And it was just acting like all I do is like make things up about what people think. I don't know if it's still up. Is it? I don't know. We're just fucking around at this point. Fuck it. Still relatively early. Professor Dave. We did Professor Dave. He's the one that thinks that gender is strictly biological, which is just completely untrue. Fuck, what was I doing? Powered by rainbows. Yeah, this guy is a complete fucking hack from what I remember. Does he still make videos? It's been a while. Jesus was gay. The important thing is we keep pushing medicalization of gender dysphoria with hormones and surgeries without determining a causal source other than a person's feelings. Well, I mean, if there's not a source beyond someone's feelings, and those feelings are like pathological and like affecting your life, then, you know, it just kind of is how it is. Like, it's irrational and weird, but maybe that just is how it is. That doesn't have to be a bad thing. It's just how it is. What was this? What was the fucking video this motherfucker made about me? It was ages ago now. Is April Fool's by any chance? I suppose it can't be. Can't remember. Was it a live stream? Maybe it was a live stream. He made a video. I swear this guy made a video about me. I'm not making this up. Was it one of these? It wouldn't have been 4 years ago. I wasn't doing this 4 years ago. I don't know. Maybe he took it down. It was really dumb. It was really dumb. Anyway.
Your gender is determined by your brain, not your genitalia.
Just completely untrue.
After a child is born, most times they begin to experience their actual gender identity between the ages of 3 to 8 years old.
How do you experience your gender identity when your gender identity is something you have to be able to conceive of? Why do we talk like this?
Though it could begin much later in life.
Very cringe. Very cringe. Doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. I've got a two-parter here. What's this two-parter?
Male controls.
They found microstructures or connections to the brain that differed significantly between the male and female subjects. However, the networks in the brains of those who identified as transgender seem to take up a middle position.
The researchers also...
Not as bad. Still not great. And very variable.
In one study published in the Journal of Psychiatric Research, scientists used MRI techniques to scan the brains of 18 people who were assigned female but identify as male, and 24 male and 19 female heterosexual controls. The researchers found that the white matter of female to male individuals who received no hormone therapy more closely resembled brains of the male subjects than the female subjects.
Another study by that same research group, also published in the Journal of Psychiatric Research, focused on those who were assigned male.
Badly clipped. Yeah, if 18 people show a certain difference, it must definitely be true of many thousands, of course. Someone did a TED talk about this.
It's directly related to intellectual disability.
Oh, who was it? I showed this someone, didn't I?
It's directly related to intellectual disability and breast cancer. Well, these DNA decisions also happen in other parts of the body. It turns out that the precursor genitals transform into either female or male during the first trimester of pregnancy. The precursor brains, on the other hand, transform into female or male during the second trimester of pregnancy. So the current working model is that a unique mix in my mom's womb caused the precursor genitals to transform one way, but the precursor brains to transform the other way.
There's just basically no evidence for this, I'm sorry. Sorry, there's no evidence that isn't just, well, I've decided I'm trans. How do you fit someone like Firebat into this neat science? I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I try not to think about that person as best I can.
Well, most of epigenetic research has really focused on stress, anxiety, depression, kind of a downer, kind of bad things. But nowadays, the latest stuff, people are looking at relaxation. Can that have a positive effect on your DNA? Well, right now we're missing key data from mice models. We know that mice relax, but could you know pain of isolation? Research is showing that female and male, what does it mean to be a woman?
I really need to fix these fucking clips, dude.
The latest research is showing that female and male brains do develop differently in the womb, possibly giving us females this innate sense of being a woman.
Oh yeah, us females, this person is trans. You can't say that, dude. You can't fucking say that. This person is some kind of scientist. I forget. Who was this? This person's a biologist. This person's a biologist. Us females. Bro, you can't say stuff like that. It's painful. I have so much of this shit, man. I have that Robert Sapolsky. He's not like, I don't want to talk shit. I think he does draw like strong conclusions.
Females have higher density left frontal lobes and larger volumes in the right frontal lobes. So what exactly do we see when we look at the brain of a transgender person? Several studies have shown that transgender brains are both structurally and functionally more similar to their experienced gender identity than their biological sex.
It's also just not true. It's also just not true.
One study found that trans women who, despite being assigned male at birth, had a smaller female-sized structure in the hypothalamus. MRI scans also show the brain structures of trans people to be more similar in thickness to their experienced gender and not their sex. Finally,
more similar in thickness. Like, the language here is terrible. They're talking about cortical thickness, but then depending on the study, that varies.
Finally, the pheromone androstenedione.
Trans is 100% motivated by a desperate energy of cope. I think you should probably lurk more, to be honest. I think you should probably lurk more. I don't think you really understand what you're talking about.
Causes different hypothalamic responses in male and female brains. And when individuals with gender dysphoria were exposed to it, the hypothalamic response matched their perceived gender rather than their sex. These studies...
Which one was that? I can't remember. I read something about this. I can't remember which one it was now. Oh, it might have been Burke. Hang on. Was it this one? They're talking about this like it's acquired facts. Yeah. It's terrifying. It's terrifying what shit you can just say. Up and say on fucking YouTube. Like, who's going to question it? Who's going to be looking at all this kind of shit? Cortical thickness is associated with a lot of things. Yeah, it probably is. Most areas of the brain are associated with a lot of things. Yeah. Oh, I think I remember this one. So they're talking about the hypothalamic response to like a certain hormone that's like odorous or whatever. But I'm sure this person laid out that women's hypothalamus and men's hypothalamus react differently, or one reacts more like severely to smelling this this hormone. But I'm sure I looked at a previous study by the same person that actually failed to find that, and it was someone else's finding that said that it was that. So this is quite suspect as well, to be honest. But they just fucking up and say these things. Hang on. Yeah, I wanna hear this one again.
Females have higher density left frontal lobes and larger volumes in the right frontal lobes. So what exactly do we see when we look at the brain of a transgender person? Several studies have shown that transgender brains are both structurally and functionally more similar to their experienced gender identity than their biological sex.
One study found that trans women who, despite being assigned male at birth, had a smaller female-sized structure in the hypothalamus. MRI scans also show the brain structures of trans people to be more similar in thickness to their experienced gender and not their sex. Finally, the pheromone androstenedione.
Wait, that say we have the same brain. Not the worst thing is, this is clearly aimed at like fucking children.
And not their sex. Finally, the pheromone androstenedione causes different hypothalamus.
Like, you can hear the music and all this kind of shit on screen. It kind of filters out anyone above the age of like 19, right?
Responses in male and female brains. And when individuals with gender dysphoria were exposed to it, the hypothalamic response matched their perceived gender rather than their sex. These studies help to highlight how masculinization or feminization of the gonads is not always the same as the brain, and that there's a difference between your sex or your anatomy and your gender or how we perceive.
Yeah, to even say like masculinization, feminization of the brain is a bit wild.
Our own bodies.
Again, it comes back to, well, how much is there even a female or male brain, you know? So trans people might lean a bit more towards one average than the other. It's not quite the same thing. I'm running out of idiotic clips at this point. What was that? Mike Brigandy guy says a lot of this.
Well, there is emerging evidence that we do have, there is a spectrum of different brain phenotypes that are correspondent to people's sexualities and gender. The brain is what gives rise to this identity. The way it's like, identity is, in my view, an innate sense of self, an innate sense of who you are.
Nope, wrong.
And this is going to have a neurobiological underpinning. And so the reason why trans women are women, in my view, is that they have this neurobiological underpinning that predisposes them to being women.
What happens if you scan any one trans woman's brain and neurobiologically they just look like the most average man ever? Are you going to say that therefore they don't have that underpinning? Well, some do and some don't. It doesn't make much sense, considering most trans people have no idea what their brain looks like.
To fit in within the woman category, and all a woman is a gender identity that aligns with certain female typical traits.
Very, very retarded. I've got another one of this guy as well.
Said was that the consensus is debatable. Everything's debatable. Whether the earth is flat or not, it's debatable. The problem is that my view is that there is a consensus because we have several organizations which are backed by thousands of doctors each in their respective fields of endocrinology, behavioral sciences, neuroscience. As I mentioned before, the American Academy of Pediatrics, the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, the American Urological Association, the American Society of Reproductive Medicine, the American College of Physicians. These are many thousands of doctors, okay? So if that's not a consensus to you, fine. But to me, that's consensus. Thousands and thousands of doctors in their fields saying, yeah, there's more to gender than just your pee-pee. It's also neurobiological and things.
I forgot Americans talk like this. I don't know. I need to watch that. Is it Queer Collective or something? Did a massive fucking video about this kind of thing. I need to watch that. I might have to just steel myself and watch that tomorrow, to be honest, because I think I have a decent amount of stuff when it comes to like sexual dimorphism and how weak the evidence for all that is anyway. They want a reason for all this. I mean, the people on this end do. The people that read a few studies and make insane conclusions from them. They are just looking for shit that conforms their worldview. I don't think that necessarily the kind of studies that we're looking at are like badly motivated or whatever. I think they're interested in differences and I mean, it makes sense that you look at the brain of people that have like X, Y, or Z mental condition or X, Y, and Z like self-concept that differs from the average, if that makes sense. Yeah, a lot of the time, it's not the studies themselves, it's the way they're used. And I can sit here and be like, you know, I'm not a scientist. I have an expertise in this kind of thing. But for every one of me that says this kind of shit, there's God knows how many fucking Mike Brigandis or fucking whoever the fuck this is. Or whoever the fuck this is. Or fucking Powered by Rainbows or anyone else. That aren't willing to say that. And we'll just, yep, this means this. And we're just going to state that outright in a video. And it doesn't matter how many people we're misleading. It doesn't matter how much we're kind of pushing a version of what trans means that is complete bollocks. And it doesn't matter how unhelpful that is to trans people themselves, you know. So yeah, I don't know. It's not good. It's not good. This person does a Yoda impression. What the fuck is fucking TED Talk? What is fucking TED Talk? I do not want to hear this person's Yoda impression, no offense. Yeah, I don't know. Does my frustration with this whole thing make sense? Yeah, I don't know. What time is it? Oh, it's past 7 o'clock. I might as well just finish. Yeah, I'll stop here, I think. Thank you for watching. It's been a weird one today. I appreciate it. It's going to continue being weird because I need to get this fucking video done and finished. I need to start actually posting again. But it's been fun. Probably I'm back tomorrow, if not the day after. That's about it. That's about it. Have a good day. Have a good day. I love all of you. See you later. And bye.